Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the SIES SBS International Research Conference 2026 in association with AIMS, the Association of Indian Management Schools, powered by Board Infinity, My Postgrad, and Human Capitalist. We are honored to have with us Dr. Deepa Dikshit ma'am, our director, our Dean Academics, Dr. Nitin Vazrani sir, and Chairperson, Dr. Swati Kulkarni ma'am, along with our distinguished guests and respected faculty members and researchers from across academia. Your presence truly gives this event meaning. Most of us started asking questions long before we learned the word research. Somewhere along the way, curiosity became homework and deadlines and then responsibility. Research reminds us why asking questions mattered in the first place. It is not to challenge people, but to understand the world better.
Why do research conferences matter so much? It is because we are living in a world where jokes of comedians pops up in news channels, and sometimes news channels feels like stand-up. It's gatherings like these where we ask real questions that shapes something meaningful. The organizing committee of this conference asked, who would be so single to host a research conference on Valentine's Day? So ladies and gentlemen, I am your host Kailash Dinesh, and with me is my co-host
Gail D'Souza.
And let's make something meaningful today. Definitely, ma'am, for the love of research. I want to share a small anecdote. A few days ago, my worried friend asked ChatGPT, will AI destroy humanity? ChatGPT replied, with what little I have seen, it doesn't seem like humans need the help of AI to do that. Thank you.
This year's conference is centered around a theme that defines the moment we're living in: AI and Industry 5.0, redefining the future of business and management. We're at a point where technology is no longer just about efficiency, but about responsibility, ethics, and human-centric innovation. Industry 5.0 reminds us that while machines may power progress, it is human insight that guides it.
This conference is a space to question, explore, and understand the balance where intelligence meets intent and innovation meets purpose. As we begin this academic journey, it is our tradition at SIES SBS to light the lamp and take the blessings from the Almighty.
I now invite our respected director, Dr. Deepa Dikshit ma'am, and the dignitaries to kindly join us for the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, symbolizing the beginning of a day rooted in learning and inquiry.
Levels are really high on this area also, but certainly it's a time for us to show our intent to use this for the benefit of human beings, for individuals, for the planet, and for people around us. Research is something that is often, it's wonderful that today a lot of my peer institution faculty are present over here, and we will engage with them. We have students from my pharma and biotech program, specifically science, because that is going to have the largest impact on humankind when it comes to usage of technology. And I'm really looking forward to hear the views of our dignitary today, Mr. Yogesh Rao. And please take the opportunity to ask questions, to engage, because while this is a plenary session where he would certainly share his thoughts, we are looking at what do you think about what is being presented and are curious to know what's on your mind as well. The last 2 days were very engaging with people from industry and academia. And we had really senior persons who had now learnt about technology far more than whatever the younger people are learning. And that makes a lot of difference because they can then serve a concoction of wisdom with technology. So I'm looking forward to these interactions. And once again, a very warm welcome to all of you. and have a fantastic day. And do stay till the end and enjoy the beautiful lunch that we have arranged for all of you. Food for thought and the mind always helps. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Deepa ma'am, for those inspiring words. I would like to bring to notice to our audience that Deepa ma'am is a distinguished and accomplished researcher whose works reflects upon both depth and relevance in today's rapidly evolving technological landscape. Her extensive research in big data analytics, neural networks, and blockchain technology demonstrates a profound understanding of how emerging technologies are transforming businesses, refining learning environments, and reshaping consumer ecosystems on a global scale. Her journey as a serial researcher stands as a testament to her commitment to academic excellence and leadership in the fields of technology and management.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to introduce a distinguished speaker who joins us today, as the work of this gentleman has touched lives across many continents. Dr. N. Ganesh Rao's journey has been one that beautifully bridges the corporate world and the world of consciousness. After spending nearly 2 decades with Tata Motors, he chose to pursue a deeper calling, dedicating himself to philosophy and the practice of yoga, both as a science and a way of life. A PhD in philosophy and a globally recognized yoga educator, Dr. Rao has conducted thousands of sessions across more than 20 countries. He currently serves as the Vice President of the Western Region in association with AIMS and is the Director of PCET's Pune Business School. He is also a professor, a researcher, an author, and technical expert with the Yoga Certification Board. Through these roles, he continues to shape meaningful conversations around leadership, wellness, research, and integrated living, blending ancient wisdom with contemporary relevance. We now request Sir to address the room.
Sir is joining us online today, so he will be addressing us shortly.
Yeah, I'm on the screen. Okay. Should I start? Yeah. A very good morning, honorable dignitaries, Director Dr. Dikshit, industry leaders, faculty members, and my dear students. Very good morning, and it's a privilege and an honor on behalf of the Association of Indian Management Schools, where I am the Vice President, to be the guest of honor at your very important seminar, Artificial Intelligence and Industry 5.0, Redefining Future of Business and Management. We are at the crossroads. It's a defining moment of history that we are all there. It's indeed a good fortune that we are passing through this phase of human life. from revolution number one, that's the industrial revolution, to the current one, that is 5.0. So from 1.0, wherein we had mechanized a lot of with systems, information technology, robotics, and today that we are at artificial intelligence. It's been a very, very roller coaster ride. And today, the revolution from 4.0 to 5.0 is the most important. Because in 4.0, we had standardization, we had management and hierarchy, we had mass production. And from there, we have to move on to the era of artificial intelligence, wherein the deciding factors of progress and growth and impact on human intelligence, on innovation, on leadership, and how we best make use of this artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence should not be viewed as a competitor, but it is more of a strategic partner. A strategic partner, in all the functions of management, whether it's marketing, finance, HR, all the functions. The artificial intelligence as a function is going to help us expedite the process of work and help us in making our routines very useful. Management is going to be redefined in this new era of artificial intelligence. It's going to be different. The most important aspects will be innovation, will be leadership, and will be having a very important and an enterprising attitude. When we look at AI in the global context, we need to see AI in the Indian context. The Indian context, we've got a 140 crore population, out of which 100 crore are in the villages and in the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 cities. It's only minuscule, less than 20 crores that stay in metro cities like us. So we have to see globalization from the context of India, which itself is a world by itself. The people who are in the 18th century, the 19th century, the 20th and the 21st. India is a peculiar nation. So we have to understand AI in the Indian context, AI in the global context, world by itself. So we have to accept the complexity and the simplicity of India and the unique position of India before we jump to conclusions. Internationalization is important, but in the Indian context. So that's why the role of business schools in India would change. Of course, colleges will remain, faculties will be teaching, but a lot of teaching could be taken support from the AI. We need to inculcate a lot of enterprising attitude. So entrepreneurship is going to be more important. It's going to be leadership, it's going to be important. And inculcating an innovative mindset, which is going to be important. At AIMS, we want to be a part of this transformation. We are an organization of almost 1,000 business schools and universities. There are about 4,000 B schools and universities in this country imparting management education. 1,000 of these are our members, and we also have non-members with whom we participate very often. In this transformation process, we want to participate to add value to the student community, to the community of faculty, to the industry, and to society at large, by way of various seminars, conferences, and by way of one of the best conferences that we are attending, the one today. So students, AI is going to help you, but you have to be more intelligent AI, because AI is, in the end, average intelligence. It's going to be intelligence which already is going to, which is already making speedier and faster use of that artificial intelligence, and developing your own intelligence is going to be the key to success. So your position is going to be more important. So let us use AI as a great tool. We are so fortunate and so blessed to be a part of time that when we are seeing this. So as I said, we are at a defining moment of history. Great times, exciting times ahead for all of us. A lot of very good panelists we have today. Let's listen to them. all of us from here. Thank you so much. Best wishes and God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We believe that there are two kinds of people in the world of technology: those who talk about the future and those who quietly build it. Our next speaker belongs to the second kind. At a time when AI is often reduced to buzzwords and bold predictions, he has spent over 2 decades asking far more important questions. How does intelligence actually create value? His journey doesn't begin in a lab or a boardroom. It begins with curiosity about data, about decisions, and what happens when technology meets real business problems. Over the last 26 years, the curiosity has taken him over 25 countries, 15 industries, and some of the most complex business challenges you can imagine. From banking and finance to retail, healthcare, energy, and life sciences, he has done it all. Today, he works at the intersection of data, algorithms, and human judgment, a space that perfectly reflects with the spirit of AI and Industry 5.0. Because Industry 5.0 isn't just smarter machines, it is about smarter decisions guided by people who understand both technology and its context. What sets him apart is not just scale, but clarity. With advising global enterprises, mentoring leaders, and speaking to students, his focus remains the same: making AI understandable, responsible, and useful. He's someone who believes that intelligence, artificial or otherwise, must always serve a purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in welcoming Mr. Yogesh Rao, Chief AI Data Scientist at Tata Consultancy Services.
We request Dr. Deepa Dikshit ma'am and Dr. Nitin Vazrani sir to kindly come on stage for the felicitation. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, we request you to kindly come and address the crowd.
It's fine. I've prepared a presentation. So I would request Dr. Shuchi ma'am, if you can have that beamed up. There's a pen drive that I've given over. Yeah, so while that is happening, I think what's also very important, I think, there's lots of ping today, right? Thanks to Valentine. Yeah, and I come from a background, and I don't want to be a spoil sport because I have crossed your age and stage of life, so I understand the butterflies. But from where I'm looking at, there are also certain reds that are sprinkled. So let's not forget that this was also a Shahid Divas at Pulwama, right? And I think, who better than Major Unni Krishnan when he was trying to fight out 2611. And I see that sparkle and that grit and determination in all of you kids, boys and girls' eyes, right? Don't come up, I'll handle them, right? I want to see that grit. I mean, not everybody would be physically blessed, but I think, when Indians, we come to that, I think nobody can match our brain power. That's a point on the table that I'm putting. You go anywhere, Indians are, ruling the roost in terms of decision making. Of course, there's some capitalism that is playing, lots of work over there. But anyways, coming back to, AI, right? So AI and Industry 5.0, future of business and management. We'll quickly flip over to the next slide. I don't know who's controlling that. Right. So, if you go through, right, we as data scientists, AI engineers, I mean, it's a very restive place in which we are, right? People look up to us, and I don't know, we are looking up to whom, right? So that's the kind of ambiguity we are playing with, but yes, the heart is at the right place. And typically we are trying to see, when there are lots of coincidences, we say it's a pattern. And when we look at examples like, there is something called as, the day Einstein was born, right? That was the same day when Stephen Hawking passed away, 14th of March. And then we have 1:59 p.m., right? 14th March, 1:59 p.m. is also celebrated as a Pi Day. And that is 3.14159. There are so many such examples, right? And I was, we visited Egypt in 2019 pre-COVID, and the Nile is the only river that flows south to north, right? And we landed in Cairo. We had all the mummifications of, Tutankhamun, Osiris and all. We went all the way down, took a train, and then we were traveling upwards, right? So Luxor and Aswan, all of these things. We came across a small island wherein we realized that there are even crocodiles that are getting mummified. And then we would wonder why, right? We understand kings getting mummified, queens getting mummified. What are you going to do to preserve, a carcass of a crocodile? And then the story goes, we had our guide in Mohammed. He said, well, what happened is, around 20th of July, every year, we are talking about 5, 6, 7,000 years back, there used to be a flood, that predictable. It used to wash away everything. And, typically the banks of the rivers is where the habitants are, right? And they used to die in thousands. Some wise men, he said, he spotted certain eggs. And those eggs were perched and perched upon certain rocks, right? And every time the water levels used to change. And year after year, that they noticed that those eggs were perched at a 5-meter, 10-meter elevation from where the maximum, water used to flood. Only later to realize that, it was crocodile egg. So the cognitive skills is something that we are borrowing from crocodile. And crocodile ended up becoming the savior. That's how AI kind of, happens. But then when we talk about AI, which is on the white and black, let's also look at the black and white, right? So our job is also to use science and try to peep into the future and come back and help the world. 1869, there was a lady called Madame Curie, and a Swedish scientist, known for radioactivity. And typically IQ of 180, very seldom you find people with that kind of an IQ. And Sweden is a very cold place. And those days you can imagine there weren't so many lights around. And she used to wear a long gown, and she used to carry polonium in her pockets. And she used to walk around. And people used to ask, hey madam, what are you carrying? You mundane people would not understand, this is polonium and that's what is radiating from my gown. Only later to realize that she died of carcinoma. So we can be only so much intelligent, be able to see only so much in future, that perhaps the virtues kind of overcast the banes that a particular technology, which in this case AI is going to carry. We move on to the next slide. Okay. This and that? Okay, let's see. Okay, cool. So when we look at AI and Industry 4.0, I think, up until 4.0, we are only blindly, kind of garnering, creating data. And, we have the triple V's of, velocity, variety, veracity, and then finally, is it going to deliver the value, right? And when we talk about value, we are generating data after data after data, the data intersecting the data, creating value gaps. And we're realizing that there's more of noise and less of information gain. As we say, there might be certain technical words I may end up, putting, so please pardon me for that. But when we have so much of data and all of that data is incoherent, not being able to talk to each other, left hand not knowing what the right hand is doing, and I'm basing my decisions on that. That's where the bane or the curse of AI starts, right? Because AI, what is AI without a data after all? And hence, when we look at, the 5.0, wherein anthropomorphism, this is a word to register. the way things are going to change. 2023, I mean, ChatGPT, OpenAI got incepted in 2015, 2017, the journey started, huge amount of funding, and we know where they are. But we are still happy, talking about ChatGPT, not knowing the full form of what a GPT is. And then we have open sources of Falcons, right? And we have all the hyperscalers off cloud also coming into and taking a plunge into this area. So being able to personalize, right, comes with again a plus and a minus. Personalization means my device, my supportive agent is going to do what I tell him or her to do. It's a gender inclusive word, so I'm not using it, I'm bringing AI to life. But at the same time, he or she is asking me for all the information. And that all the information, and we are going to see in the next slide, is nothing where LLMs or the large language models are. And language over here is a misnomer. You can apply it to videos, you can apply it to geospace, you can apply it to whatever you can possibly think. We may be in our nascency today, and next 7, 8, 10 years, 20, 35, certain, right? The world we are going to see is going to be very, very different from what we are today. And no wonder, when we were doing our engineering and then post that MBA, right? Nicholas Carr, right? That's what we were taught. IT does not matter. It does not matter. IT does not matter. We are aligning IT strategy to business strategy. When we were doing our MBA in IT, I don't know why I did MBA in IT, but it's like Hansel and Gretel, following the breadcrumbs, and finally I'm here, right? So, from IT does not matter, and we are talking about only 14 years hence, to attention is all you need. The 8 scientists at Google who came up with this paper, it was not that AI was not being, fostered. It happened much before US defense, Indian defense, they have all been using it. But it was more of a crooked show. There was no coherent journey. There was no commercialization or commoditization of AI that happened. This was the stage where in this particular paper, and I would request, earnestly insist, if anybody of you is going down that alley of AI, to have this running into your blood veins, right? This is where everything changed. Lots of money that started getting flowed down was over here. And when we look at, any industry, including, geopolitics, which by the way, I'm a, very curious student of, right? So from land and water, it started moving into 5th generation space, which is a space technology itself. Golden Globe, Trump is doing what, I don't know, but we have seen, the scramble for Greenland, the way it is, and European Union is, there's a different kind of thing. At times we feel, okay, everything has a causality, right? The causality is best known to the individuals over here. And then we get into the cyber. And cyber is one space wherein everything is going to be more remote, more virtual, but the damage is still going to be imminent. Biology, biological warfare, depopulation, these are the things which we thought until Epstein came, that it is only a matter of theory, but I think there are far more sinister players that are working, right? And India is a very populous country, and I think we are in that bromance or brotherhood of each of us, right? There's a quantum entanglement we are tied with, and I think that is something that we have to always be together with, right? But then when we go to the next stage, which is the data refinery, and I'm going to support with certain statistics. India is the largest generator of data. India is the largest consumer of data. Are we monetizing it? Right? Typically when we see there's a crude journey, right? So you get the crude from, Iran and Saudi, and then you Strait of Hormuz, it comes to India, right? That's a crude. And then we have refineries run by Ambani's. So you have enrichment, right? But that enrichment is only so much so good for running your vehicles. But you need to have a very separate refinery if you want to propel that as a rocket fuel. $100 a barrel goes to $20 to $100 a barrel. That's the value of enrichment. We are happy selling data, not even at throwaway prices, at free of cost. In fact, paying for that data because we are using the services, oblivious to the fact that how much of a value that data carries if we ourselves are able to monetize it. Monetize does not mean compromising the sovereignty of the data. It still resides within the landlocks and padlocks of the country. But we need to be more, we have to start thinking about preserving our data, harnessing the data so that we are able to monetize it. And when we talk about 6 trillion, 10 trillion kind of an economy, data refinery is going to have a very, very big role to play, right? So this cuts across, operations, marketing, HR, whoever, right? The data is the key over here. And on top of that are the AI applications that are going to get built. There will be a, flower of applications, right? And we always say, typically, somebody asked, right? I was teaching at one of the other colleges, retail analytics, and I was saying, hey, this is the decision tree, this is how you prune it, this is the, post-pruning, this is how you do a computational cost analysis, so on and so forth. And that girl asked me, sir, tell me one thing, tree has to grow from bottoms to top, right? Why is your decision tree growing from top to down, right? So because we start with the root nodes, we go to the decision node and the leaf node. So that's how the things are, right? AI is actually turning the, entire world on its head. Is that we need to be able to understand AI in a bit more different way. And when we have the best of the refineries, then we decide how are we going to monetize the data. No wonder, we have the open trade agreement. No wonder, Trump is down on his knees, and we are having more collaboration from the world. We are saying it's not just the human capital. People understand that we have so much of data, right? And we are going to talk about few other minerals as well, but this is what it is. And then the hegemony as you say, or a supremacy of AI. This is one battle. If we have lagged in industrial revolution in industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, we cannot afford to lose 5.0 war. It's a war. It's an arms race of AI that's going on, right? We don't have our own operating system, right? If I am having coup, which is an equivalent of X, how many of us are going to use? I am the only lone wolf on coup. Nobody else is there. So first is being able to have the best of the technologies, have that sophistication, right? And I always tell when I'm guiding the ministries, ISRO also has good satellites, low cost, very good satellites, but you can't match the prowess of a Starlink as of now. I mean, Starlink is Starlink because they have lots of funding, and the rapidness and the acceleration, the direction is very, very fast over here. But we have something. Let's start becoming more indigenous as we go along, and that also, by the way, relays data, right? Enrich materials, and I'm going to, establish that with some facts, and culture protection. The way, and I wrote a paper, some 600 pages, and I fired some 25 LLMs all over the world on similar kind of queries. Badly compromised on temperature, context window, all of these LLMs. None of them gave a consistent answer, right? And by the way, they were hallucinating as well. Okay, so both of these things, now how am I going to decide which LLM to go for, right? So that is a going concern we are always grappling ourselves with, how to get the better of this, how to be half a step ahead of this. So keep cognizance of that as well. Yeah, let's move on. Okay, I can move on. AI, right? All right. This particular thing that you see over here are the rare earths. We were taught in chemistry, lanthanide, actinide series, and the transition elements and all. And have you seen the way the geopolitics is? There are two countries already, waging war, and the third country has all the armadas in front of Iran right now, including Abraham Lincolns and all. Why? So yes, petrol, rare earth, lithium, right? And so many others. And these are, apart from gold, these are the ones that are going to be used in semiconductors. These are the ones that are getting used in GPUs and tensor processing units. Today, $5 trillion is the market cap of NVIDIA alone. Intel is out, 112 billion, right? AMD Ryzen is taking over, right? Why is this change of equation happening? Is because a gaming company suddenly realized that now with AI coming in and the LLM, getting invoked, we have a even better monetization vehicle. And everything is like kept as a closed recipe like a Coca-Cola. Nobody knows what the formulation is. Everybody knows that it's happening in Vietnam. $5 trillion is equivalent to 190 countries' GDP aside. The hegemony, the way, and perhaps, he's a good person, right? But we never know, with lots of abundance, what kind of a Jeffrey can get into your mind. Okay? So it's important that there has to be a level playing field. And I would be wondering if none of us are there working with NVIDIA. There would be lots and lots of Indians. You go and look at their labs. Also research on Suchir Balaji. If anybody of you knows Suchir Balaji, please give a show of hand. Okay. So we cannot be merrymaking in oblivion, right? These are the important things. I don't want to get into a Suchir Balaji case because that's a 1-hour case in itself. And it's more a matter of investigation. But yes, India is the largest consumer of ChatGPT, the biggest community that you can find on GitHub. GitHub, everybody knows GitHub, right? Hugging Face, Indians, not Chinese. Chinese are in their own world, right? They're happy, but Indians. And we are creating our own code, hosting it. People at behind, they're kind of using AI to weave all of these things together into a product, which by the way they are monetizing. So we need to understand how do we protect that particular turf. And given whether we are in services, India has been a human capital and services based industry. We are going to be there, no worries. We are wanting to push the line of control, right? That's what we are trying to do. So we are looking at 82.1 billion, 2033, not far away, right? And a big share of pie would be India over here. If you have seen, the largest of the large GCCs are coming. And daughter is in 10th class, appearing for her board exams starting in a couple of days. And we used to have that American dream, hey, I'm going to study over there, the Ivy Leagues of the world and all. The top of the colleges, the best of the colleges are now coming over here. You get equivalent kind of education. Of course, you would not get to see those people over there and that infrastructure and all. But if education only is the parameter to be seen under the influence lens, that is going to be there. The best colleges are going to be here at affordable cost. So even if you are paying a 25% premium for the brand, I think it's worth it because parents get to see the children coming home at the end of the day. This is a straight pick from Wiki. But if you look at these 15, 16 sectors, and I'd like to talk about a few, quite a few are unheard of, quite a few we are aware, quite a few we feel, okay, it's more of a hoax, it may rise and die its own silent death. But if you look at, and I was talking to Dr. Dikshit ji as well, we did lots of experimentations on drone-based agricultural farming, right? There used to be people who used to go morning to evening, many people across many aisles of the farms, hectares of farms, with insecticides, pesticides. So first round they used to do is to detect the crop diseases. The second round they used to do is, carry that and then sprinkle it. Now insecticide, pesticide, and urvarak or the khad, right, are different things. And so many people can do only so much at only that kind of a speed. So there are lots of inhibitors that are coming along the way. Now fast forward to drone technologies, hundreds of acres of land, right? And you may start thinking, oh, this is going to kick many a stomachs and nothing is going to happen, right? But hear me out. So the drone carries the detection technology, right? The cognitive separation of what kind of a disease it is, depending on decoloration of the plant, depending on the holes that the plant has or the leaves has. And at the same time, it rotates, it carries the right kind of a pesticide and insecticide that it, by the way, sprays in the right quantity. It is totally centrally controlled. It goes and in fewer rounds it does the entire thing. Now the additional capacity of the farmer, right? There are so many other things to be done in field where perhaps the drone cannot work. But that kind of brings more efficiency, right? And that efficiency we are talking about 80% or no. Energy sector, digital currency we are all aware of. 6G, more data, more number of towers, small towers, lots of them, more data. You can imagine, the kind of movies, I'm also movie buff, right? But how many can we watch, right? How much of a content which is getting downloaded and the ratio is very skewed as compared to what is getting uploaded. But now I think, most of you, I don't know, when the campus interviews happen, it is going to be video interview. Your profile for bank, the KYC itself becomes video KYC. The insurance, we used to do a PD, right? Prediction, physical damage. I got a 10 lakh car and it got bumped, right? And I am saying, hey, I want to claim an insurance. Now the insurance person at the central console is scratching his or her head. How much of an insurance, am I going to clear? And I'm going to say, so much is the damage, self-declared. And they will say, okay, we concede. No more, right? They say, give me a 360-degree view of your car and a top-to-down view of your car as well. And they have a predictive algorithm that does a multivariate analysis and an ensemble of multiple models that is going to decide how it is going to happen. So this is the way that things are changing. Space technology, we have spoken about. Transforming robot, vertical takeoff, I think that is something that is happening now, and we are beyond the driverless cars. Driverless cars and that are capable of having a vertical takeoff. They are just trying to see, how can we do a VTO with least amount of energy, right? So how the things are changing, right? Very quickly, let's, look at that. So until like 10, 12 years back, when we used to talk to our customers, they used to say, why do we need AI? We are happy with descriptive analytics. And, at best, we can do some advanced analytics. Advanced analytics got limited to K-means clustering, market basket analysis, right? Those just correlation of variables, right? Whether it is impacting, whether it is not, collinearity. But they were happy with association rule mining at best. To a point wherein they say, hey, we also want to do AI. Why is because, we are, even though we are late adopters, we want to start doing things. To a time wherein came that, hey, AI first, right? We also want to do AI, but we don't want to be late adopters anymore. We have to be early adopters. We have to, and it's a dog-eat-dog world out there, right? You talk about banking, finance, any, other than the intelligence department, including that maybe, is that there's a one-upmanship that's happening. I mean, you don't want to lose that spot, right? Media and entertainment. So it's very important to get the better of the competition, and for that I need to inch up AIs, because AI is going to help me do more, better, faster, right, as compared to others. And yes, there's a theory of average, right? Ben Affleck was stating, right, along with Matt Damon, just a couple of weeks back in TOI it came, AI is going to average the creativity, right? It's good for the people who are below average in creativity, or their left mind is more sharper than right mind. But for the ones who are already right-minded and they are going to use AI, it is going to blunt their creativity. That's how the equation changes. But it is getting more and more AI native. When we are talking to even media companies and all, I mean, today has come a point wherein you are not able to distill whether it's AI or non-AI, right? The deep fake and all. The deep fake also is, this is anthropomorphism, guys. You start believing what is shown to you. You start believing what is given to you. You don't read the books. Thanks for giving me that book, right? We have to keep falling back into the book, right? We have to keep reading so that we don't compromise the original content that is there, right? It's like that, I did a 1 sigma, 2 sigma, 6 sigma, 200 years back using pen and paper, and then gave away to calculator. Now I run a Python wherein the sigma is getting calculated. Thereby, me forgetting how the sigma is getting calculated. What is the standard deviation? Everything is cooked. I need to be able to use that at least, right? Otherwise, I'm not doing justice to the life that God has bestowed upon me, right? So, and then, when we look at from an inferential world to a more generative world, and generative to more interactive, we are looking at millions and millions of agents, AI agents, that are going to talk in close harmony. I was hearing standardization that, Dr. Ganesh Rao was talking about. The standardization is coming into AI. We have, okay, maybe it's in the next, okay, it's there, right? Agent-to-agent protocols, model context protocols, MCPs, right? All of these are real now. Of course, I would not say it's in nascency, But not everybody has pledged their hand on the burning candle. The day everybody is going to do that, I am going to be able to talk to a agent which is in Bank of New York, where my account is, and it is going to give me a very seamless experience, maneuvering, navigating, getting the better of all the guardrails and AI policies of ethics and responsibility that is required. It is going to happen. It is, people are still deciding. See, what happens is, right, I've served all the economies primarily, right? When I look at Europe as compared to US, Europe is working in their own old fashion. We want to control the world, let the sun rise, be risen over here, sunset also be, and hence they are very happy doing the policy making. All the policies, carbon footprint, sustainability, circularity, AI policies also they are making. US is saying, now Trump is showing is, flexing the, be aside, right? I am going to come with technology, and technology is going to decide the policies, right? But even now, if you look at European Union is very strong in defining AI policies. AI as a ministry started coming in few of the countries. When I meet with the head oncos of India, I'm impressing, right? When you go to any organizations tomorrow, impress upon the fact that we need a separate AI office, right? You may be the head, you may not be the head, but without an AI office, you should not move. And similarly, when I look at India, AI as a ministry has to happen, which definitely should be enabled by IT as a ministry. But it should be, because the thing AI does, IT may not be able to understand and appreciate to all that extent. So IT has to support. IT has, anyways, it's a very big fish, right? There are so many scores of things to be done. One of the buckets is going to be AI. That AI as a bucket, unlike security as a bucket and like data as a bucket, it cannot be within that, because there are far too many things, far too many moving parts, right? So that's how things are. Okay. But then after we have all the data, we run into what is called the curse of dimensionality. And what is that curse? Is that you imagine perhaps there are two-dimensional beings on a table crawling, imagine, right? And then you have your hand, you are in the third dimension. So the curse of dimensionality, the higher dimension can see the lower dimension. The lower dimension cannot appreciate the existence of the higher dimension. Cannot appreciate means they don't know. So anything that happens on the higher dimension is a shock for the lower dimension, right? And our own scripture says that we have so many dimensions, right? So you can imagine. So when you cast a shadow of your hand coming from a beam of light, it comes in 2 dimensions. The insects on the table, which are 2-dimensional, they get scared. Right? Now imagine, you're moving from a square to a cube to a tesseract, which is, you are imagining 4 dimension wherein space, right, and the length, breadth, height, and you are getting pushed into the 5th dimension. And everybody would have seen movies like, Gravity and Interstellar. Suddenly there is a stone that comes, right, or a tsunami that comes. We feel it's an act of God. In fact, it's an act of God. But we feel it's coincidence. It may be a destiny, right? Because we feel that we are chasing destiny. Destiny is saying, hey, wait, just travel here, I'm waiting for you. I think this is where the things are. And we are grappling, and that's why I say that AI and data science is so difficult. And I'm not trying to overwhelm, it's a very good journey, but it's a sacrificial anode, as we say, right? Anode doesn't get to keep in electrolysis anything. All the plating goes to the cathode. So that is a sacrificial anode role, but it's very interesting, intriguing. India or any other companies worldwide needs it more than ever, this particular thing. Do we have it in ourselves to pledge that? And gone are the days of generalization, right? I am a specialist in marketing, yes, good. But go from marketing into being able to use AI to apply that. And we are going to talk about a few use cases. So very quickly, this is important for you to etch. I can actually pass this presentation also. This I created only for SIES, okay? So multimodal data. So multimodal data means that we are going out of the grasp of only structured, tabulated data to unstructured data, to semi-structured textual data, to image data, to video data, to audio data, right? And then also blending in the spatial or the geospatial data. Now what happens is this cannot be standing alone. So say for example, if I have to apply for a bank account, right? Not only my primary data, how my credit history has been, which all banks I have accounts with, I would also need to give my PAN and Aadhaar card. But somebody has to be able to weave the PAN and Aadhaar card with my data that is available. That could be done using AI. Integration, accountability, explainability, and responsibility, all of that gets woven in using AI. So that's where the multimodal data, and there's a very specific band in which I have kept, because below that band of the pyramid, there's no data. There's everything that enables or firepowers the data. So the first is inference layer. Most of you, when you walk out, are going to be working on the inference layer, which is where the generative pre-trained transformer prompts are. You are going to fire long shot, zero shot, all of these prompts is what you're going to fire. And a few of you who graduate into AI engineering would start tickling, fondling, and tweaking the LLMs. Right? When you look at the pyramid of LLMs, that's where the AI engineering happens. Which means that now you're fine-tuning an LLM in order for it to behave in the way you want. Because it still is like a horse on a ranch, right? And you need to be able to tame that horse. So you have to do lots and lots of reinforcement. Penalty, reward, that's what happens at that layer. In between both of them is where we use RAG, or retrieval augmented generation. All of this sits in between inference and fine-tuning. And by the way, evaluation of the performance is very important, right? So gone are the days wherein we are only talking about F1 scores or precision and all, which by the way, I'm expecting all of you to know that, right? You cannot say that I'm operations, what am I going to do? Because when you apply, when we look at the use cases, you realize why it is important. Because if you are trying to talk to a data scientist and you only know only know domain knowledge, people are going to take you for a ride. Data scientists are very shrewd community. Don't take them at face value, right? Because they may feel, the data scientist intrinsically may feel it's a 2-hour job. He or she is going to give you a 1 week of projection. And you are going to say, wow, what a good job. For them, it's hardly anything, right? So I'm just telling you. And don't, you have quoted me also, that's okay. Then comes the core transformer. So in the transformer, there's typically the data that comes in. The data is the books, the Wikipedias, all of the publicly available material, the imperial libraries and the Z libraries of the world. By the way, quite a few is also getting fed from the dark web, the whistleblower sites, so on and so forth. It gets fed into what is the processing or the transformer. I mean, you would have seen the Transformer movie, right? A car changing into a robo, something like that happens with data. So there is modulation index. I told you about Suchir Balaji. Please go through that. His mother's interview. I am not going to say anything more than that. 1 hour of interview. Please go through that. You'd get to know what I'm saying. When you look at that transformer layer, it is expected to take something which is more predictable or what has been fed as a curated data. It is going to process that data. Supposing A, B, C comes, it has to translate that, convert that into A dash, B dash, C dash, ensure a good bag of words, a good contextualization, a good weaving of the word bag is there. Right, vectorization, embedding, we say all of this. I don't want to overwhelm with technical words. And then finally, we say something comes out. This core transformer layer, and it's like that I want to go from here to there. I have to walk straight, right? I cannot go here and there, right? It's like that, right? So if I am feeding a wrong data, you are making the transformer hallucinate at source. And there is a 9-yard that the entire journey of data to information has to happen. Hence, it's very important that we give what is necessary, only that much what is necessary, quantifiable and measurable. And you can do an LLM, you can do an SLM or a small language model for a specified or finite domain. And then when it moves forward is where the inference and all of this happens. Let's go down. Now when all of this is happening, 1,25,000 GPUs were fired to train GPT-4, generative pre-trained transformer 4. We are talking about 5. Gemini has come up with 2.5 Pro. Microsoft Copilot Studio, they are in a different, Bill Gates is in a different zone, right? So all of these things are happening, with all due respect to him. Okay. When these are getting fired, a particular GPU, anybody's guess? A GPU costs how much? Okay. डिपेंड नहीं, एक नंबर बताओ ना, मतलब जीपीयू, हाँ रुपीज, हाँ रुपीज, जिम्बाब्वियन डॉलर्स, rupees. A enterprise class GPU, it looks like this, the tabletop, it's like a briefcase, you can carry it. 40 lakhs MRP. Cost of making would be maybe 8 lakhs, proprietary, right? And that's where when I was talking about the lanthanide and actinide, why everybody is scrambling and trying to shore up those resources. Because we saw in that map, US is nowhere there. Let's go back. Now you'll make sense. This is China. This is Russia. Russia is getting rogered for nothing, right? India, okay, we are hogging some limelight over there. US. That's US. That's where NVIDIA is. Hegemony of control without having all the resources may make you do weird things, is a hypothesis, which by the way is getting proven over here. And we are talking about not ChatGPT, not Microsoft. We are talking about NVIDIA being the eye candy of the universe, this planet that we are inhabiting. $5 trillion of market cap, not even India's economy. You imagine the kind of power that company holds. Nothing against them, they're helping. But what we have to be worried about is, do we have an alternative? Do we have an alternative? Where are the Indian players? Indian players are happy doing Ola Electric. Aggregate, keep aggregating. We have suddenly found a recipe. We are going to make a Chinese whale out of it. Right? I'm putting some anecdote. Bhavish Agrawal will be listening to me, but never mind. But we have to start becoming more innovative, guys, is what the central message is. And when we are firing, right, imagine there are scores of books, there are some 25, 30 LLMs. India is coming up with Kritrim, Sarvam, Bharatjan. All of these LLMs are getting fired in some dark corners of the world on NVIDIA. And if we are lucky, then AMD. Samsung uses AMD. Comes at a fraction of a cost. Still makes lots of margin. When this is getting fired, there is a power. The power could be coal-fired, hydel power, nuclear. Iran is saying, no, we are going to be only creating enriched uranium for energy. Somewhere deep down, 300 meters down the mountain, we don't know what they would be doing. Hence all of this, US and Iran actually don't have any interest with each other, right? Israel is trying to meddle and whatever it is, right? But there are things, right? At times we feel we are caring as data scientists about explainability, and the things that are happening, we may be wondering, I am not able to explain it, why? So when you peel down, when you do more research, that's where you get to know. And this power, if it is coal-fired, or otherwise also, there is heat that is getting generated, there is electricity that is getting generated. You imagine over 100,000 GPUs running constantly, tirelessly, resiliently, with full tenacity, unabatedly for 120 days. No stop. A graphical processing unit. That's the firepower of LLMs. Okay. These are typically, if you look at, they are hosted on cloud. So when, say for example, if I derive, Google services, Google Gemini 2.5, the GPU is attached over there. There was a company called Annapurna Labs. Amazon ended up acquiring that company. Okay, and Annapurna Labs does not have Indian origin. It has an Israeli origin, startup capital of the world, Tel Aviv. Why? It's because that Israeli guy, he came to India and had deep-rooted respect for Annapurna as a Devi, food of God. And for a pittance of a cost, Amazon acquired it. And now when Amazon is firing it, see typically, right? So I've got a bottle of water and I've got a glass of water, right? The same bottle of water, when you are, in the flight, it costs 250 rupees, but at home it comes for 10 paisa. So that's Annapurna and, Amazon relationship. As a user, I am totally transparent of whether I am being fed through Annapurna or through Amazon. Amazon is the wrapper that is providing me the service, right? So I am paying the standard premium for services anyways. So we need to understand how this entire pricing mechanism happened, because somewhere we have to have our own negotiation power. But coming back to the point, right? Power needs electricity. Electricity makes your resources burn. That's where the carbon footprint is. Now at what all level? One is, okay, I'm creating a transformer. Two is, now I'm imagining we are like what? Close to 120, right, over here. Everybody would be firing at least, I would say, 10 prompts. I fire much more. Across Perplexity, Falcon, I am firing, right? Because I get bread at home, right? So imagine if we are firing 10 queries on ChatGPT, all of us, into 120, into 365. That's the lot size of carbon footprint we are already committing to. And you know what? The bad part is, of those 10 queries, actually I want only one query. I'm trying to cultivate that best query. Imagine the burden on the planet, right? It's like equivalent to, people say, right, one LLM creation is equivalent to a car making 6 rounds of Earth. And there are so many LLMs. And there's, at present, we are like at 2.5% of penetration in LLM usage, inference layer. Once we start peeling this rock deep, imagine the kind of influence we are going to have on Earth in a wrong way. So we have to really start meaning and protecting for the security, right? So lamp has to be lamp and not turn into a fire, right? So that's what it is. Okay, and then definitely the policies, guardrails, we need to have our own indigenous policies and guardrails for that. Why is it not going? Oh, hard stop? Okay. AI is controlling. Okay, this is not moving. Can you help? This is these policies there are two kinds of policies. One is definitely the policies, the way you want to. So there are multiple. When you look at the dashboard, right? And we talk about, if I want to become a Javed Akhtar, then I'm going to, have a very high temperature of creativity. And if I want to have fraud detection at source, then I'm going to keep a very small temperature, low temperature. That's temperature is one of the parameters. When you look at the console, there are multiple parameters, like a pilot sitting on the cockpit, that you need to control. Even at the inference, I'm not even getting down into the transformer layer. SLM, LLM, I'm just talking about inference. You want to have a predictable, consistent, right result, at least for the set of queries you are firing. Only then, it makes sense, right? If supposing you have a conversational bot as a retailer or a banker, and you're asking, give me the accounts, and it gives, flies somewhere else, right? I think it is not going to serve the purpose, hence. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about a few examples. So shrink analytics, let me start with that, is that for one of the very, very large hyper retailers, you can imagine, that has around 4,000 suppliers, both on the AP, accounts payable, and AR, accounts receivable side. Scores of documents all the way that are flowing east, west, north, south of the world. For example, it needs to order maybe 100 tons of rice. Very small example so that we can imagine, right? We are happy being in the lower dimension. So 100 tons of rice could be sourced through 5 suppliers, 3 of which in Pakistan and maybe 2 in India. Now Pakistan can take a very different route, it can go to Hormuz, friends Turkey, and then fly from there. India can go all the way to Africa and go from there. Now there are 16 types of in international trade, 16 and plus types of documents and entities that are involved, right? There's a importer, exporter. There's importers bank, exporters bank. There's shipper, there's freight forwards, there are insurance companies. There's bill of lading. There is advance supply notice, right? The multiple documents, and the data gets scattered and it gets resided at the port of exit, the raw material stock. And by the way, rice has got a finite life, right? A grain of rice takes 142 days to reach your dinner table, and so we say don't waste rice. But if we are keeping it for far too long, the quality is going to bound to depreciate. Hence it has to be within that, and hence a blockchain comes to look at whether the ambient temperature is right or not, unmutability of information. But once it goes forward, right, then you have to reconcile also. So then at the port of landing, it is again stalled for many a days. And so one is the spoilage, the two is the theft. I have asked for 100 tons of rice to be delivered over the next 30 days. And I am talking about transatlantic. It has to come at the right time with the right quality with no theft. And not somebody injecting something else. All of that bio-war and all is starting, right? So all of this can also happen. After that, I have to ensure that it has to serve, because I am doing a micro demand forecasting for my market in the US. It has to reach, after it has reached a certain port, it has to be distributed using a certain supply chain also. It has to reach, basis my demand forecasting, these 500 tons of rice, how many tons of rice to be given to the 50 states. And then the cycle goes on. So in a way, we are getting so sentient, so autonomous, that without agentic AI intervention, now that we have got this beast, which we feel like a puppy in front of us, we would be able to harness it to our advantage, thereby releasing lots of time bandwidth that gets into repetition. So the way the AI is going to come is, so one is, companies like Blue Prism, Automation Anywhere, UiPath, robotic process automation. The more the automation, the first things to get compromised. If you have a lift man going, 0 to 20th floor, the first person to be axed is that. Right? In terms of job, I'm not talking in terms of the task, not the job, right? The second is where, there's more intelligence that is required. That's where the AI starts coming in. I have to look at column number 1 from, advanced shipment notice to column number 50 on bill of lading. And I'm going beyond the optical character recognition into LLM based recognition. So this is where the moving parts are getting or making some semblance, right? We are talking to one of the very, very large pet retailers. India doesn't have many. And they had a very curious problem. They had a team of vet doctors as well. Now, unlike humans, the vets are very many. Right? The DNA of a dog to an owl is very different. I don't know if owl is allowed to be tamed over here, but elsewhere you can. Wildlife. Right? Sorry? The pets? No, I'm telling you. Yeah. Yeah, this is related to AI only. So when you look at customers, right, we go as retailers and we buy whatever it is, right? We can talk, we can express, we can say it's bad, we can provide complaints, grievance analytics can be done. The pets can't speak. They are the consumers. So if, coming to your point, sir, when a dog has a problem in ears, right, it does like this. Right? If the owner is maverick enough, he or she would say, hey, it has got some infection. Then you get into the causality. 3 days back, I put, had a dog shower on a Sunday, and I actually dipped his head into the bucket. And that's where I did like this. And then there is some water that gets, precipitated. That can lead to certain infection, which is fungal of sorts. So tilting off a dog's head consistently means maybe, 10 times in half an hour, is a telltale sign to the AI. So somebody in the US who is like 15 miles away can actually call this pet retailer on a video call, show the pet, and the pet is showing this. By the way, that is the diagnostic stage. You get to know that there is something not right, because I'm not a vet doctor, right? The second is, basis that there is certain sampling, then you get to know whether it's bacterial or fungal. What is the incentive for the retailer? Finally, to sell a medicine for the ear. That medicine for the ear is actually getting judged using LLM. Power of AI. That's how the circularity of AI, all the way from diagnostic to prognosis and the treatment happens. Now, in a certain case, there is a possibility that the lady feels, no, I just cannot be believing in the virtual doctor. No worries, ma'am. Come and meet our vet doctor. I'm going to fix you an appointment using AI, and I'm going to do that. So these are the ways many things are now happening, all the way from somebody who can speak to somebody who cannot speak. I'll give one more last example of the food wastage. The overall cost on earth of food wastage is $1.3 trillion on an annual basis. There are some thousands of varieties of food producers, and those food producers are actually, different for different countries. A tomato may have a different feature and functionality, in UK as compared to US. The cognitive recognition using computer vision, OpenCV is what we say, right? We are able to detect the food disease whence it is arriving all the way from pack houses, farmhouses into the stores, right? And you can actually have a 360-degree view of the kind of disease with a proper definition. And if it is, we know that after 3 days a particular banana is it's overripe, right? Perhaps I can mark it down. And if it is getting a bit more bad, perhaps I can sell it to a baker. So the entire food wastage preservation in itself using, computer vision technologies of the world is happening, and it is going to come in a huge manner actually. So what can I do? I mean, because we have lots of marketing students as well, the simple Google search is changing, right? It is going from an SEO based customer mapping to AEO, which is answer engine optimization, to GEO, which is generative engine optimization. Now it's not a matter of, 3 words of query. I'm going to have a long tail queries, and I'm going to have my engine fed behind Google as a retailer or as a bank that is going to ensure that the best results or the most prominent results from my shop, my products are coming to the fore when you're answering. And you use Perplexity, you'll get to know the 15 websites it is going to push. How good are you going to do answer engine optimization? That's the first stage of mapping any customers, right? Then comes the customer journey, retention, and win-back analysis. But first is how do I generate the lead? So I think I'd sum it with that. Let's very quickly go to the skills. These are the skills of tomorrow. You cannot say I don't know anything, but at least I would say you should be very, very good on policies. You should be good on domain, and you should be good on data. If you are a bit more ticklish on technologies, then you should get into the AI engineering aspect. You may have to invest more time, but I think it's a very, very rarefied skill to have. Okay? Then I typically try to inspire everybody, right? So you have 365 days, you're living your day as usual, doing studies and all. Learn one new thing, right? The compounding effect is 37.7%, one less. So get out of the, laziness quotient, right? And do well. All the best for your exams. Well, cross the mark, but any questions, more than happy to take. Now sir can ask any questions. Sir. Yes.
Thanks for this enriching presentation. And also insight. Morning only we were discussing about impact of AI on human life and also more so human life jobs. And stock market crash for last 7 days was actually a worry for everybody. So is it given that jobs are going to go?
See, one thing.
Impact of this.
Right. So first is I'm going to share this presentation over to Dr. Shuchi. See, it is adapt, or fall out. And, it's like this, right? If you're getting into, say, for example, today evening is a match and followed by Shivratri, right? So it's important that I'm playing to win. So if everybody is practicing for 2 hours, then maybe my probability of winning is just an average. If I know that people from Pakistan playing or practicing for 5 hours, their probability of win also increases if they're strategizing more. If we have to win the game, I have to be able to use AI as my assistance before AI becomes a guardian. So you understand, AI as an assistant means it's a co-pilot. I am still in the driver's seat. It is helping me. And guardian means a driverless car. So when you transition from that journey, your gelling with AI and hence being able to help the world is going to be far more pronounced and underlined if you are able to overcome the anxiousness of, hey, AI, to, hey, let's embrace AI. The sooner you do that, the better it is going to be, and the more in depth you do that, the better it is going to be. Yeah? Any other question? Yeah, please.
Yeah. See, we all know that India being a services economy has always relied on IT jobs and IT sector, and this has percolated over the number of years in the economy. It drives a lot of sectors like real estate and consumption, credit card, banking, and all that services growth is there. Now the IT companies itself were growing at 3 to 5% before the AI disruption led us. So the disruption is coming at a certain pace, and the pace is going to increase over the coming years, because if we are adapting ourselves to AI, the disruption speed and the level of accuracy is also going to increase. So now future, henceforth, if the AI causes the industry projects to decrease for the Indian IT services, so the business model has been number of projects into number of people required for the project into the number of hours one people gets deployed. If all of these three factors now are into a danger, will this lead to wage pressure within the IT sector, because everything percolates down into the economy? And then if I say that India wants to increase the per capita income from $2,500 to $5,000 in the coming years, and if the IT sector growth slows down, then the whole economy itself slows down. So do you think that the IT sector is already working on this factor, because this is a known disruption, the speed is also coming, it's already known, and who's going to be in the forefront to adapt to this? It is going to be the existing IT companies, or probably some other companies who are going to take over this charge?
Right. So technology economics, right? I think, I'll first answer the latter part because it's in the fresh memory, right? LSTM, long short-term memory. See, when you look at the unicorns of 2050, right? 50% of them are not yet born. Whether I am alive or not, but whoever are the youngsters, you can go ahead and validate and curse me, right? In heaven or hell, you just curse me that, okay, kuch bhi bol ke kya, right? So that is one, right? Now, when you look at how the industries have to pivot, and I'll give examples, right? So say, for example, I'm doing a data migration. So AI is it's transcending IT as well, right? It is transcending business as well. It is AI for AI is also a real thing, right? Agents talking to each other are AI for AI, autonomous. So when, say for example, until 7 years back, I'm doing a huge data migration project, right, with certain intelligence, right? Then it is going to take me 2 years with 30 resources, and I'm earning in dollar, right? So rupee depreciating is good for companies that are, getting money raking in from US and UK. But when you look at now, is because the AI is coming into the picture. The story 10 years back, which is 30 people for 2 years, is now getting changed to maybe 15 people for 9 months. So when we look at food on plate, we have still far many food of opportunities to be put on plate, but the rate at which the food is getting consumed, I'm trying to draw an analogy over here, is at a very rapid pace. Which means if you are not able to generate food, however, and we're talking about agro, we're talking about culture prevention, we're talking about new businesses. New businesses means it's beyond the bounds of humans, right? We are talking about aeronautical engineering. India is at its nascency, right? We don't have our own indigenous technologies. Missile technologies are coming in, but there's lots, and at a rapid pace it's going to happen. If you look at, Navi Mumbai and outside Panvel area, largest of the largest educational institutes, largest of the largest GCCs, Tata also signed up one in Chennai, right, for indigenous automobiles, cutting edge automobiles. Everything is going to come out. Of course, there's a technology pact, right? If I'm borrowing technology from Germany, I have to give them certain royalty and premium. But having said that, why am I giving that premium is because the returns I'm going to get in being able to, turn around the economy of employability is going to be far more. And hence I am saying, you know, somewhere if there is a socialism quotient in any government trying to manage a populace of 140 crores, it's okay to have, it's very good to have that social hat. Hyper-capitalism, we have seen what happens, right? Because you have abundance of wealth, now what you are going to do, then you start thinking like Epstein. We don't want that. So we have to be, you know, grounded as an economy. I think, as we said, you know, we are all in bromance, so it's very important that our brotherhood stays together. Does that answer? Yeah. So I think employability wise also, but anybody says, no, I'm happy doing a BA economics, I'm not going to do anything else, you'll get a job of 15,000 rupees, no worries over there. Okay? You can add me on LinkedIn. If there's any other questions, trailing questions, you can fire over there. Over a couple of days, I'll have those answered.
So, sir,
I'll answer. Yeah, you need AI for that.
we had talked a lot about NVIDIA. So recently, NVIDIA and Eli Lilly, which is a healthcare pharmaceutical company, they had tie-up. So what do you think, like how this AI will change this healthcare industry, and particularly in the healthcare, the marketing domain, sir?
I think the biggest thing in the healthcare, bioscience, biomedicals that is going to be disrupted by AI is the new drug discovery. I mean, there is going to be a tsunami of hypotheses now that you can do using AI, which is beyond the landlocks of, you know, few individuals with lots of domain knowledge and all. Of course, the validation of a drug discovery, if it holds any remit for any clinical trial or any patent and all, also could be done using AI. Once you have crossed that stage and it comes into commercialization, it can also help all the CMOs, you know, which countries am I going to start with. Now, if say for example, if I create a drug which is not, you know, accepted by any country, right? Because of this, every country, I mean, you can always say that, you know, the genome of every individual across different continents may be slightly different. A bread is a bread at the end of the day, and they are humans with 2 hands and 2 legs. I am also a human with 2 hands and 2 legs. But it's kind of a protectionist policy that our drugs should be there in our country, though that kind of a mentality is there. If it does not fly in a country at a premium, there are always so many other countries that would still need it in the Mid and Eastern Africans, right? And you can, it's always a good, I mean, the way India turned around during COVID, and it's a testimony of things, you know, the way the COVID vaccines were circulated. So I think that is very important. And finally, why are we on this planet, right? Is to be able to have lots of, you know, good things being done by AI and, you know, take it forward into the life cycle wherein it is getting consumed. And by the way, even all the way to, you know, hospitalization and being able to treat and, you know, use that affinity analysis to treat a new patient. Yeah.
So do you think AI is a bubble because a lot of global firms are investing left and right into AI? So do you think after a certain point of time, if they didn't get ROI on those investments, so do you think like it may cause a bubble?
Right. See, there are many technologies that have come, right? And I think one of the more prominent disruptions happened was the telco, right? The way the telco happened from a G to a 6G now that we are looking at, and then finally plateauing. Lots of these companies are also shrinking. There had been lots of intermittent technologies that came. There was a limited span and expanse of technologies like metaverse, blockchain, so many others, right? After telco, if anything of prominence is coming is AI, right? Telco is no god. AI is also no god. But I'll tell you, when we are moving, and I had it in the slide, when we are moving from an AGI, artificial general intelligence, to an ASI, artificial super intelligence, when we are moving from an agent assist to a guardian AI. See, let's understand, AI is learning or has the capability to learn. The eta, which is the learning rate, is much faster. It's a function of what am I feeding. Am I feeding it, you know, fried food, or I am feeding it a fruit? That is going to decide whether my AI is coming like a god or, you know, a devil with 2 horns. So I think that is the balance that we try to make while we are doing it. So everything, it has to be HITL, human in the loop, the way AI we are tackling with, I am not going to, no matter what kind of a autonomous agent, agent to agent interaction, agents embedded into a huge workflow, I'm going to ensure that there is always a human who is validating it. I cannot have auditability built into the system decided by AI and having cases like, you know, Nirav Modi and all coming along when the humans have to be there, right? So the auditability, the nose has to tighten on the human, because LLMs always say, if I am generating a prompt and auto-generate prompt, right? And a mail comes and I'm responding to that mail using AI, the goods and the bads, I am owner of that, not the LLM. Yeah. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful session. Your insights about AI remind us of a quote. The world runs on data, AI decides how fast.
Every conference has speakers, every conference has sessions, but what truly defines a conference is the questions we ask. The book of abstracts we are releasing today is not just a compilation of papers. It is a reflection of months of curiosity, discipline, questioning, rewriting, refining, and believing that ideas deserve a platform. Each abstract inside this book represents a question someone cared enough to explore. It represents late night feedbacks, academic rigor, courage to put one's thinking out onto the world. In a time where information is everywhere, meaningful research stands apart because it is thoughtful, structured, and most important, accountable. This publication brings together the work of our faculty members, research scholars, students, and a beautiful reminder that inquiry do not require hierarchy. Curiosity is what unites each one of us. It is especially a beautiful meaning under the theme AI and Industry 5.0, redefining the future of business and management. We are not just talking about the future, we are documenting research that will shape it. We are proudly to announce now 119 quality papers supported by dynamic and dedicated community of researchers. It is a snapshot of what this academic community is thinking about today. Years from now, it will stand as a record of the ideas that actually mattered in 2026.
To formally release the Book of Abstracts, may I request Dr. Deepa Dikshit ma'am, Dr. Nitin Vazrani sir, and Mr. Yogesh Rao sir, along with our esteemed panel members, to kindly join us for the official book release. thank you to every contributor who trusted this platform with your work. Your research does not end here. Today, it begins a larger conversation. Research teaches us three important things. 1, ask better questions. 2, challenge assumptions. And 3, never underestimate the power of a tea break. Because let's be honest, half of the collaborations in academia don't begin in conference halls. They begin near the snack table. So this is your official permission to network strategically. We will resume in 10-15 minutes. We request you to please be back on time, unlike most research deadlines. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope the tea break helped you network, reflect, or at least confirm that real panel discussions always happen near snacks. I request everybody to kindly take their seats so that we can start with the panel discussion. They say AI transforms communications, but I noticed during the breaks that humans were still outperforming it quite comfortably. Now that caffeines have officially entered the system, there's an interesting kind of journey that doesn't move in a straight line. From classrooms to boardrooms, from theory to practice, or from asking why to building what works.
Our first panelist has lived that journey. She began her academia, spending years studying organizations, people, and decision making, asking fundamental questions about how businesses actually function. And then, instead of stopping at theory, she stepped into the real world to apply it. Today, as the co-founder and COO of 4AM Worldwide, she brings together structure and creativity, where strategy meets storytelling and ideas are backed by accountability. Her work reminds us that even in a world driven by technology and data, clarity of thought and purpose still matter the most. Scientist by training, entrepreneur by choice, and strategist by instinct, she represents the human side of modern business. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Meenakshi Agarwal Gupta. We kindly welcome you on stage.
There is a side of business that rarely makes headlines, but quite decide whether organizations succeed or struggle. Discussions and decisions about cost, discipline, and long-term thinking. Our next panelist has spent his career exactly there. From public sector institutions to global corporations, from procurement flows to leadership roles, his journey has been just about one thing: making complex work with clarity. Across industries and roles, he has focused on structure, accountability, and decisions that actually stands the test of time. Today, as the Vice President at Morgan Stanley, he operates at a global scale, but with the same grounded approach, strong fundamentals, and sharp analysis using his people-first leadership. A practitioner, a thoughtful leader, and someone whom I'll be asking for summer internships. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Manoj Bhatia onto the stage.
Thank you, sir. 26 years, 3 countries, and 1 technology leader. Mr. Jay Daga has led digital transformation across the USA, Norway, and India. From Oracle and Syntel to Viacom 18 and Sony Pictures Networks as Vice President of Technology. Today, as CTO of SIES Group of Institutions Mumbai, he drives complete tech strategy, digital innovation, AI and drone labs while mentoring startups and future leaders. Engineer by degree, IIM Bangalore alumnus by leadership. Ironman 70.3 finisher by grit. Some manage technology, Mr. Jay Daga transforms it. So we welcome you onto stage.
Now we have the pleasure of introducing the moderator for our session, someone who represents relevance and real-world impact in research and innovation. Dr. Suchi Mida is a professor at SIES School of Business Studies with over 17 years of experience across academia, research, and industry. She holds a PhD and postdoctoral fellowship from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and specializes in intellectual property management and regulatory strategy for international and domestic markets, healthcare management, and biopharmaceutical development. Prior to this, she has an industry experience as a senior research scientist in biopharmaceutical R&D and in pharmaceutical regulatory affairs. Dr. Midha has published over 35 research papers in Q1 and Q2 journals with reputed SCOPs, indexed journals, and IEEE conferences, and holds 10 patents across India, the UK, and Germany. We are pleased to have her as the moderator for this panel discussion. Can we invite ma'am on stage with a huge round of applause?
We would also like to request Dr. Deepa Dikshit ma'am, Dr. Nitin Vazrani sir, and Dr. Suchi Midha ma'am to please felicitate the dignitaries.
I'm going to call Vani ma'am also. We missed you in the first bit. Thank you, Mr. Jay Daga, for gracefully accepting to jump into the panel. That is the advantage of having a group of institutions where you have diverse talent and passionate people. Thank you, Jay, for joining on the panel today. We couldn't, unfortunately, Mr. Salil had a medical emergency at home, so the ever ready. No. The ever ready battery is better. Hello.
Let the panel discussion begin.
Hello.
So thank you everyone for joining today, and good afternoon everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this very distinguished panel discussion on AI and Industry 5.0, redefining the future of business and management. And we are truly delighted to have with us an esteemed panel of industry leaders today with us who are going to give deep and diverse perspectives from across industries. We have Dr. Meenakshi joining us from the advertising, Dr. Manoj Bhatia, who is a veteran in the area of financial services and manufacturing sector, and we have our own CTO sitting here, Mr. Jay Daga. Thank you, sir, for coming and joining at the 11th hour. So now, as we gather here for the panel discussion, and particularly about AI, now what we understand today that AI is going to be, and it is already a very important driver for economic growth, innovation, and productivity. And globally, AI is completely transforming the way organizations today are designing their products or engaging their customers or managing the operations. So, and talking about the Indian context, India also, if we see, then AI has contributed significantly to the national growth trajectory. So, what we see that today there is a sort of emergence of Industry 5.0, which is sort of a paradigm shift, which not only focuses on automation, but to 5.0 brings the human back at the center of this technological transformation that we are witnessing. So through today's panel discussion, we aim to discuss how exactly the sectors are going to, different sectors are going to shape up, and what exactly Industry 5.0 means in terms of business, and what sort of future skills the managers should develop in order to lead in this era of human-machine collaboration. And we look forward to a very engaging and forward-looking discussion today. And I request the audience to actively listen and reflect, and the panel will be open for the questions towards the end. So let us begin with the exciting dialogue. So each one of you, I would request in one line, explain for the benefit of the audience, what exactly does Industry 5.0 mean, and how is AI enabling this? We'll start with you, Ms. Meenakshi.
So I'm going to take a step back. Hi, everyone. When Dr. Shuchi approached me and she said we're going to talk about Industry 5.0, this jargon, Industry 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, 5.0, all of this was at the periphery for me. You know, one hears a lot of this jargon, so I actually had to put in some effort to say, hey, okay, what is Industry 5.0? I think it's nothing more than how the world of business, the world of practice is evolving. Like any other sector, you get a technology that comes in. You get humans who are scared of the technology. Then they learn how to adapt, because that's what human race is all about. Then they defeat that. Some things shift, some things change. Human beings move on. And I think the most commonly cited example is, of course, and I know, Shuchi, you asked for a one-line answer. Very, very difficult, you know, to start with a one-line answer. So I'm going to take maybe a few lines to,
Yes, sure.
you know, sort of illustrate my point. I think when we, if you recall, or okay, many of you were probably not even born in that time, but when internet came in, or when Microsoft Excel came in, there was this huge fear that jobs would be lost. The world will change. We will not need X, Y, Z. And for those of you who are students of history, you know, even when the Industrial Revolution happened, the Luddites happened at that time. They broke machinery because they were afraid that if automation happened in manufacturing, jobs would be taken away. So I think every time an automation happens, job loss becomes a big fear. And if nothing else, human evolution tells us that, of course, jobs happen, you know, which are immediately impacted by that, but new jobs get created, new skills get developed, new requirements happen, human requirements happen. For those of you who remember your childhood, there was no 10-minute delivery. You know, you would have to walk down and pick up that loaf of bread if suddenly you wanted to eat bread for breakfast. Now, obviously, you sit and you just order a sandwich, not even a bread. So your requirements, the need to have food delivered in 10 minutes, that has changed. That requirement never existed 20 years ago. So human beings evolve. So therefore, to summarize my initial opening statement, Industry 5.0 I see as an evolution of how humans and machines have interacted and will continue to interact, but human beings for sure will always remain at the center of it. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Bhatia, your financial perspective from the oil industry.
Okay, sure. I'll do the same thing as ma'am did. In fact, instead of speaking about directly about 5.0, let me take you back to 1.0. I know none of us was born then, but at least for you people to understand, how the shift or evolution has happened for all these decades. So basically, we had something called as Industry 1.0. That was back in 1800. Okay. And then this was very, very basic. Like, we started using some sort of machines. We had some sort of steam engines, right? So it was very manual related operations. So from there, we evolved and moved into Industry 2.0. So 2.0 basically talks about having more of electricity, having more of assembly lines. So that was somewhere back in 1900. Just note the years. So it was 1800 1.0 and 1900 we had something called as 2.0. We moved on, we evolved, and then we had something called as Industry 3.0. That came somewhere in 2000. Okay, and that was the era that ma'am was mentioning. And basically we had something like computerization, we had automation, very basic, like, how can you convert a manual activity into something that's more automated in nature. So that was 3.0. Now, a sudden shift of how things move very fast. So from 3.0, we moved into 4.0. That was somewhere back in 2010. Just see the gap. 2010, we had 4.0 that basically spoke about AI, machine learning, IoT. So basically, there are a lot of jargons, that were being introduced to us, and we were very new. Like, what's this happening? So as mentioned, right, there was a lot of nervousness. People were a little scared. I mean, is this going to be the next future, and it will take our jobs and businesses away? And then came 5.0. So basically, 5.0 was something introduced in 2020, I would say. So here we are talking more about, if I have to summarize in a statement or maybe one sentence, I would say, as rightly mentioned by our co-panelist, in fact, this is more of a human and robo collaboration. You have to ensure that mass production happens with machines. However, the customization or personalization happens with humans. So this is what we call as Industry 5.0. Now coming back to why I asked you people to keep a focus on the years. So earlier you would have seen like it took almost 100 years to shift from one industry to another. And these days the speed of evolution is very fast. So you never know when we are going to be introduced to 6.0. Okay. So one thing that's very, very sure about all of us is we have to be as adaptable as possible. I mean, when it comes to shift in the evolution of industry, that's basically very important. Coming back to like how is it impacting financial services? There had been a lot of, I would say, ease that has come into the picture. In fact, there had been faster decision making. In fact, there had been a good analysis that we do about the market trends. So we'll speak about that in the later part of the sessions. But yeah, that's basically what I think is Industry 5.0, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Daga, now you represent the tech side of the industry. So would you give your perspective how technology has been changing when it comes to Industry 5.0?
Okay, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. So let me just talk about Industry 5.0 in a non-tech term, completely non-tech term. So I guess a lot of people sitting here, and especially the students, either have done the internship or gonna do the internship. Yes or no? Yes? So what happens in internship? There is a boss who makes you work. You like it, the boss or not, that's a different story. Okay, but then makes you work, and there is a person who is kind of giving you instructions, what you do, looks into it, and then finally takes a decision, everything, right? So there's a human sitting on what you do. So Industry 5.0 is exactly like that. Where in AI is your intern. So you give the commands, you give all of information to intern, you get all the things, but at the end of it, there's a human who is getting the whole thing done or taking the decisions. That's where it's kind of Industry 5.0, which you talk about AI plus a human intervention. If you see recently the trend of human in the loop is really picking up last 2-3 months. It's picked up like anything. And there are many, many opportunities coming to the human in the loop because people have understood that AI alone cannot do everything. There has to be someone who takes some kind of a step into it. That's the reason it has come up. And I don't know if you heard the earlier speaker from the TCS, Mr. Yogesh Rao, right? Or Yogesh Rao. He spoke about Ben Affleck. You all know Ben Affleck? That's good. Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. He spoke about Ben Affleck and Matt Damon about their conference. So I don't know whether it was that one or the earlier one, but you just go and Google or maybe YouTube, you might find a small video of Ben Affleck, which he talks about, which is being asked the same question. He talks about AI is actually a craftsman. And it's our human intelligence which makes sure that how does the craftsman work for you. That is where is the Industry 5.2. So in a parlance of non-tech, this is where 5.2, Industry 5.2 is. It's going to work. And finally, on the lighter note, they say Industry 5.0 is like, when they ask if Industry 5.0, what is AI? So they say AI is kind of a knife. From Industry 5.0 person, you can do two things. Either you can kill a person or you can cut a cake. Now you decide as a human what way you want to do. These are the parlance of Industry 5.2 non-tech side.
Okay. So essentially what is striking from all the responses is that there is a shift of AI from being just as a back office automation tool to a very collaborative intelligence partner that we see it as today. And also this is not just about technological upgrade, but also sort of a philosophical shift where the technology or the AI essentially is there to enhance the human creativity, judgment, and also the purpose along with the intelligent systems. So now the next part of our panel discussion basically focuses on the sectoral transformation. And to begin with, my question is to Ms. Meenakshi, Dr. Meenakshi, sorry. And now when it comes to particularly when I mention this, that AI becomes your intelligence partner, in view of this, how do you think AI is shaping up the customer engagement? And particularly when it comes to personalization and brand strategy in the advertising sector today?
Okay, let me try to answer this in two parts. The first part is in terms of your own experiences. How many of you here, and I'll repeat my question, how many of you here have never used, Swiggy, Zomato, or Netflix? Anyone here? Okay. Okay, great. So, you know, since hopefully you understand the mechanics, even if you don't, not familiar with the utility. For the rest of you who have used these apps extensively, do you feel any difference in how Swiggy, Zomato respond to you today vis-a-vis how they responded to you maybe a couple of years ago? And I'm assuming most of you were using Swiggy, Zomato even a couple of years ago, or still not, too early? Again, I know what the age group is like, but I don't know, how much of access you guys were permitted. So, is there any difference that you've seen? And what's the difference? Suggestions are better or worse? Better. What else? What else has changed for you? You get a notification right when you're hungry. Brilliant. You're clearly, one of the star performers on Swiggy or Zomato, whichever is your preferred platform. Okay. What else? Quick, guys. I would want the other panelists. The speed factor, the speed at which you get those suggestions, that has definitely changed. Okay, coming to Netflix. What's your experience with Netflix? What difference do you see between then and now? Netflix, Amazon Prime, whatever you are used to. There is a personalized, so there is a customization, personalization, recommendation, right? That is the personalization aspect of AI that we see today. In multiple aspects of our interactions with the external world, with the internet-based world, you see personalization at every level. This is no longer a conversation around cookies and so on. It is a conversation around someone who's trying to understand your behavior, and if our good friend here is right, then actually able to trigger when you are hungry, understand the times of the day or the time of the day, you're hungry and able to trigger a reminder, for you to, okay, good time to order sort of a thing. So that's the first part on personalization, which is changing and which will continue to change. How many of you are students of marketing here or have studied marketing, right? The first thing you would have learned in marketing is STP. What's it? Right? Now, what does segmentation do? It tells you to divide your audience into cohorts, right? People who are similar age group, economic profile, and so on and so forth. That is because earlier it was not possible to reach out to every single individual. Today, AI can do that. Today, while you need to understand your segments, but AI can actually understand each person individually, customize the messaging individually. You can create ads which are targeted at you, not just by addressing you by a name, but also recognizing your needs, your preferences, your choices, and answering to those accordingly. So that is the direction that the world of advertising and marketing is moving in. Of course, Dr. Shuchi would be a better person to answer the second part of this, which is, privacy laws are getting violated left, right, and center, and privacy laws in too many ways and shapes and forms. But that's of course a separate conversation altogether. But the first part of your answer, Shuchi, is personalization is extensive, and it's just going to get better and better, worse and worse, depending on how you look at it and how intrusive you think it is. There's a first part to the question in terms of how it is changing brand strategy. Let me give you an example from just yesterday. So there's a client who's undergoing so just to repeat, for those of you who might have sort of zoned out when the introductions were happening, I run an advertising agency with offices in Bombay and Bangalore. So we have recently onboarded a client who's undergoing a rebranding exercise. Multiple reasons why they're undergoing the rebranding. So yesterday was the kickoff session where I was conducting a sort of a visioning workshop with all the founders to understand what are the triggers, why rebranding, what will change, how will it transition the firm from point A to point B, what should change, what should not change, et cetera, et cetera. We were a team of about 5 people who flew down to Bangalore. So the first thing I asked my team, I said, okay, let's put down our thoughts on, how would you run these sessions? Guess what's the first thing that everyone did? Yeah, correct. Everyone went, ChatGPT'd, and like Yogesh mentioned, nice long tail prompts, put down the company name, website, this is the objective, this is what we need to do. We need to run a visioning exercise. These are the participants. And obviously, you've been doing this for a while, so you know how to refine your questions as well. These are the participants. Give me a questionnaire. Okay, a very good questionnaire, So we went armed with that questionnaire. Now, I'm someone who's been doing this sort of consulting, these sort of exercises for almost 20 years now, okay, which means I've practiced. So I had a ChatGPT questionnaire and a practice. Guess what percentage of the questionnaire got used during the sessions? 20, 30, thereabouts. Thematically, everything was addressed, but the direct Q&A, maybe 1 or 2 questions towards the end. The way brand strategy has evolved is understanding of what humans need, what people need. That we still don't understand because we are looking at constructs, right? We are looking at something which is very abstract. Your needs, wants, desires, they are still very abstract. It is not easy for LLMs. They can predict, but they cannot really sense, at least as of now, I would like to believe. They cannot sense as well as we can in terms of the direction in which a conversation is moving, how do you need to run those sessions, and so on and so forth. So when we conduct these basic exercises, there are a lot of areas, and I'll talk about it over the course of the conversation, a lot of areas where AI is helping us. As a firm, we've invested extensively in AI. At any point of time, my team has about subscription to about 15 to 17 tools, different tools. And we are paying a lot to ensure that my team is upskilled, and we are sort of leading the conversation with a lot of our clients. But that does not alter the fact that while the mechanics are getting better, unless and until the people running the mechanics understand humans and human interactions, human psychology, know how to read a room, know when to ask a question, when to hold back, unless and until those skills are developed. And I'm really hoping Manoj, with his experience in consulting, is going to talk more about that as well. Brand strategy, business strategy, all of them, they will be supported by AI, but human will always remain at the center of it. Manoj.
So, Dr. Meenakshi, so actually, what I understand, for the benefit of the audience, if I may reiterate what you just mentioned. So, AI tools, as far as the advertising industry is concerned, they have been used for predictive audience segmentation, right? And then there is sort of, you can say, real-time campaign optimization. So, I think there is a shift in the focus from just brand promotion to sort of brand orchestration, where there is a lot of customer-centric focus, A. B, I think there is a lot of cross-functional collaboration. So what I mean by cross-functional collaboration, so you have creativity, you have technology, you have people, all are converging to deliver at scale. Am I right when I put it like that?
Absolutely, Dr. Shuchi. So while all of this is coming together, and what we have today is an explosion of content. You would have all heard of AI slop, right? Yes. And what's AI slop? Because the tools make things very easy to create. Anyone and everyone can create AI-based videos. There is poor quality of videos that is churning out. It's putting off audience. So this is the first time where people who are scrolling, the number of people who are scrolling has gone down across all your Meta platforms and other platforms. Instead, people are moving towards one-on-one interactions, even on Meta. So one-on-one chats and communities, there the interactions are going up. Doom scrolling in that sense is actually going down. So as AI explodes and as content from AI explodes and interaction explodes, end of the day, and thankfully so, human preference for quality over quantity is still intact. We will go where we find quality.
Absolutely. Dr. Bhatia, your perspective with respect to how AI is transforming financial services sector, and also I think you have a breadth of experience in the manufacturing industry. So could you please throw light on that?
Yep, certainly. So in fact, in all my exposure that I had with various industries I've worked with, so basically I covered upon I started my career with public sector enterprise. Basically, that was into nuclear power generation. Then moved into consulting space, worked for a while in retail space, and then I worked in pharma as well. And currently, I'm basically representing financial services. So I would say maybe there are a lot of things that have been changed because of the emergence of AI in all these industries. In fact, we have been talking about 5.0, but there had been certain companies and industries who not even reached 4.0. Like, that's the fact, I would say. Everyone keeps talking about jargons like machine learning, IoT, but very less companies are still prepared to actually invest into it because they don't know what is going to be the benefit out of it. So now we have something called as open AI, right? So this is like accessible to all of us. But is it really like secured platform? Like for companies into financial services, I would say no. A single loss or mistake that we make will cost us millions of dollars, I would say. So we have to be very particular about the usage of AI in the industry. That's one thing. And basically, I would say that if I have to like sum it up of how financial services or maybe any other manufacturing companies, they are getting the benefit of AI, I would say basically it touches upon 3 buckets. One side, we talk about cost, how it is reducing cost. I know you would counter me stating that no, it's high investment when you get AI, but I would say like in the meantime, I mean, during the course of action, you will see that there is enough ROI from the investment. So cost gets down, that's one thing. Second, I would say the efficiency levels goes up. Like when you have the AI tools, when you have something to work on AI, with the help of AI rather, I would say the efficiency levels goes higher. There's lesser wastage. You're going to be using less number of resources to get the output done. And then third one, very importantly, is going to be risk. Like how are you trying to manage the risk? So these are the three buckets that I would like to touch upon. So how do you, maybe I'll repeat that. How do you try to reduce the cost? How do you try to increase efficiency and manage the risk? So trust me, AI is helping us with all these elements. But being into financial services, I mean, we are not very fast into getting things into AI. As you would know, say for example, if I talk about a company issuing a credit card, like a bank, right? A bank issuing a credit card. Now what happens, there are instant messages that goes. I mean, this is through the machine. Say for example, I lost my card, a credit card. And all of a sudden, there is a 1 lakh rupee transaction that happens on my card. The card would automatically block. I mean, the system will automatically block my card. You know, instead of even, and then I'll get a call, right? I'll get a call, were you the one who was using like this for this transaction? And I said, yes, I was the one. And they said, okay, we have blocked it temporarily, now we're going to be unblocking. So see, that's the benefit of having AI in place. In fact, say for example, when it comes to investment banking, so we do a lot of things. Say for example, when it comes to the credit rating for bonds and for companies or for shares, so AI is helping us a lot, I would say. Basically, it's pulling information from various sources. Maybe we would have missed upon one source. Could be possible in the part of human intervention, but AI will consider everything and anything that's available there in the spectrum and will try to come back with the analysis. And rightly mentioned, I mean, you have to have the human touch as well. I mean, you just can't have a decision out of AI. AI can support you. Like it will give you all the data, it will give you all the analysis. The final decision lies with us, even when it comes to someone, you know, reaching out to us for portfolio management. So there's a client like an HNI. They would want a very big chunk of money, wanting us to basically how do they invest. AI can help with that as well. Okay, so that way I would say that no, we are not very like fond of open AI, but yes, we have stepped into using AI into a day-to-day core activities, right? I mean, a lot of things, basic things, they have got into AI, like responding to emails and even doing very basic things. Yeah, definitely. Anything which is transactional, that has been shifted to AI, but still we are like very carefully stepping ahead. Like, is this the right area for us to introduce AI or use AI 100%? So that's basically
right. Actually, to add to your point, even if you see with digital onboarding and the automated advisory platforms that we see today with the financial banks, today the customers still look for reassurance. So that is where the role of human-centric AI and Industry 5.0 comes there. And I think trust will be the most important currency for this sector. So moving on to the...
If I may add over there. So HDFC recently launched a robo called as IRA, I-R-A. So what happens is, you know, it's a great experience. Like you talk to the robo will help you with basic things, how to open an account, give you the the slip to deposit your cash or checks. So basic things can easily be managed. So people initially were very excited to see that robo. But end of it, we are humans, right? We need that human touch. We need someone as a personalized. So basically, if a person comes to me, talks to me, I feel better. Don't consider me from an older generation. That's the reason I like that. But I think everyone, like we like customization, we like something which is more personalized in nature. So in fact, yeah, that's the reason I would say that that human touch is really required.
Right, continuing with the same point, the human-centric and the immersive experiences that AI is actually availing us today. Now, you just now discussed about the Netflix-like experience. The consumers are expecting Netflix-like recommendations, and then the entire immersive consumer experience on social media, and so many personalized offers across channels. So how do you think this has been enabled with the help of this human-centric AI today? How is this immersive experiences created across the industries through advertising?
not sure if I'm qualified to answer for sort of across industries, but I can give you a few examples of where we see customization and personalization happening. And Yogesh had also mentioned in the first session, in the field of medical diagnostics, one sees that the predictability of diagnosis has really gone up. And in fact, there was this research which was done which said that, AI is able to predict illness much better than a doctor, because it is able to look for a lot more cues, and it is able to sort of look for a lot or ask a lot more questions. AI by itself will not be the diagnostician there, but AI can definitely then help the doctors work much better and help patient care a lot more. So that's just one example, going outside of your media and entertainment and food and whatever else is important to us. I also want to, I'm not sure how many of you, I'm assuming it's sort of been doing the rounds on all your social media as well. While we talk a lot about AI and automation and digitalization, how many of you have seen that report which said that this is the first generation whose IQ is lower than the earlier generation, right? So IQ obviously is getting measured in those tests of linguistics and maths and so on. So the standard IQ test, this generation has performed worse. There are other skills which are not being measured by those IQ tests, where I'm assuming this generation performs a lot better. But one is this, the study which talks about IQ levels going down, and usually human evolution says that the next generation has to be better than the earlier generation, which means every generation is fitter, better, stronger, taller, healthier than the earlier generation. So somewhere human evolution seems to be shifting. So the first part is, what is it that AI is doing to us? And I'm taking sort of a diversion here from a question on industry applicability, because I want to bring this point out, especially since, like I said, we do use a lot of AI in my firm. The second part is, if you look at the, there's a very interesting book called The Anxious Generation. I don't know how many of you have read that, but it talks about Gen X and now Gen Alpha, who have been sort of brought up on in the world of screens and digitalizations, who are used to instant gratification, which because of its speed and accuracy, we are getting used to this instant gratification in multiple ways and forms, because of which, the ability to resist, to persevere, all those competencies which make us human and which make us a lot more intelligent, those are going down. Now, what does it mean? And this is where a slight word of caution for all of you. We as a firm are evangelists of AI. Use AI, use all the tools, but don't let them replace your thinking, okay? Imagine if you had to predict the way, and Dr. Asha is there, imagine if you had to predict the way the world of, the way the global economies are moving today, okay? Imagine Dr. Asha, who's read 20 papers, research papers, and imagine someone else who reads summaries of those 20 research papers and then tries to predict how the shift is going to happen. That is what AI is doing to us. It is giving us summaries, and we are summarizing on those summaries, and then we are trying to predict, okay? That is what is impacting our thinking. Don't let that happen. Don't let your AI tools be your first sort of go-to place. Your first go-to place still has to be your research, still has to be the original thinking, which you read to understand. And then validate your thinking with AI. Don't let it replace it. So industry example is this, but the other part
So
as well.
the future of advertising lies in, human imagination, which is powered by the intelligence tools.
Absolutely, because what can be automated will be automated. Like Manoj said, everything that can be automated, for example, in the field of advertising, and I'll give you one example. Think of what's your mobile service provider? Which service provider do you use? Vodafone, Airtel, okay? Now think of Airtel or Vodafone who want to put out an ad pan-India, okay? Which means they are going to newspapers, they are going to local magazines, they are going to your social media channels, so your Meta and LinkedIn and whatever. They are going to a lot of your regional TV as well. They are going to your TV sets. Now think of the way the same ad has to be, where the sizes have to be adapted. You should be able to see it on a big hoarding, a small bus shelter. You should be able to see it as a train wrap. You know, when you see some of those metros you've seen which has the SBI wrap all around. So it has to get adapted to that. This is something which earlier you used to have adaptation studios, which would take days and days to get thousands of size adapts done. You can do it in an hour today. Okay? So the low-end jobs will get automated, will get changed. The first level of thinking, creativity is going to happen using AIs. AI today, you know, like someone else said, you can write, you know, I can tell AI, give me 20 blogs on the topic of AI. It'll give me 20 blogs, I can put it up. Okay, but who's reading it? And if it does not get organic traffic, I can put bots behind it. But now algorithms are getting smart. They also recognize when it is bots and when it is AI. So if I put bots behind it, algorithm doesn't reward me for it. Algorithm punishes me for it. So therefore I can generate a lot of content. Algorithms are getting smarter. I still have to get the human being with a little flaw, with a little diversity of thinking, which will bring out that interest which others will follow. And end of the day, what Yogesh had also mentioned, LLMs are picking up what they see and then they're processing that. Human brain is still something which creates what LLMs cannot capture.
So we just need not believe only on the algorithms. We need to deliver with empathy and creativity and also responsibility.
Absolutely.
So moving on to Mr. Daga, now what is your take on the human-centric AI and the immersive experiences that we see today?
Sure. So with my decade experience in the media industry, experience which started with augmented reality, the immersive experience. We all know about the Pokemon Go game which came up, that was augmented reality. Then we went with the virtual reality, which was more of a headset and those kind of a big one. Then we went with the mixed reality, MR, which was there, which was mixing both of them. Then something else came up. Anyone knows after that what came? AR, VR, MR, then XR, which was more of an extended reality, which was more of giving you a very close experience of what's happening. And we saw a lot of companies getting into it. We all know about Apple Vision Pro, but did it take it up? Did it go that big? No, right? Because then they realized that this is not people wanted. They didn't want this kind of experience which people wanted. They wanted something which is very easy, compatible. At the same time, it can give them the experience. So today, we are getting into smart glasses. We are talking about Ray-Ban Meta glasses. We are talking about Snapchat glasses being launched. We are talking about Apple coming with their glasses. Okay. So they are mixing, they're making the best use of experience, the best use of the content, and the best use of the AI. These three are mixing all together into your smart glasses and giving the experience to you. But at the same time, there is always a flaw in all of, or there could be a loophole, there could be a challenge into all of this. Like Ray-Ban Meta, I don't know if you read that about it recently, last week it was got announced. It has been banned in few places. Any idea where? One of the big one. So one is the cruise. They have banned completely all smart glasses on the cruise. Second is lot of restaurants, the big restaurants, I'm not talking about just Michelin restaurant, they are banning all these glasses kind of stuff because you can do a lot of things. But if a company knows what actually needs to be tracked, they are able to do it. So Apple has done something different. And I would request you to go and do what Apple, I don't know whether they've been awarded the patent or they're into the line of getting awarding that patent, which none of the smart glasses are doing, which Apple is doing, wherein they're moving out of content, but they're giving more of a digital data, AI-based data to your headset or to your glasses. So this is where the whole immersive experience is changing. Completely it's going to change another, I think, maybe by end of this calendar year or sometime start of next calendar year, we'll see huge influx of all this coming in. And while the cost will be very high, but maybe in a couple of years, we will have this completely as a commoditized. So that's where AI plus content plus technology, all three are going to change very soon into the immersive experience place, because you can't use the one which is already there in the market. Your VR headset, if you use and if you see a movie or anything, after 30 seconds, it will give you a lot of dizziness. So these all things coming up, and we will see a big revolution, whether it's education, whether it's media, whether it's healthcare, or for that matter, financial as well. It's going to change a lot with the immersive experience now.
Absolutely. So I think another perspective that just came out of the examples that all of you have shared, that personalization is no longer a differentiator today. I think it has become an expectation as far as the consumer is concerned. So essentially now, I'm thinking of an example. I was just thinking how personalization. I came across one very interesting example where Adidas and Foot Locker, they had installed magic mirrors, AI magic mirrors, and wherein the customer themselves can view themselves in various shoe styles. So that was a brilliant example that I came across, that how personalized examples or immersion is being created. And this actually shows the kind of product visualization that the companies are looking at, and also how they are deepening their brand engagement. Now, moving on to the next and the last part of our discussion, which is based on what sort of future skills are we looking at when it comes to AI-based transformation that the industry is going through. So we'll start with you, Mr. Bhatia. So now managers essentially now have to work with data scientists and engineers and tech people. So how do you think, what sort of future skills do managers need in order to lead in this AI-driven transformation that the industry is witnessing today?
Okay, yeah, sure. And I think this is going to be helpful to all of you, the future leaders that we have in the room. So you would have heard about the Charles Darwin theory, right? So Charles Darwin, he mentioned that it was survival of the fittest. So what he said is, who's going to be sustaining the most? Is it the one who is the most intelligent? No. Is it the one who is the most strongest? No. Who's the one? Very good. The one who is most adaptable. So I would say that exactly replicates with this generation, or maybe with this industry change. Adaptability is going to be the key to success when it comes to having that skill. I started, as I said, I started my career in a government company, and I saw people were quite rigid. Like, this topic, change management. So I've visited various institutes, including IIMs, to conduct session on change management. Trust me, this one topic, basically will help me fetch a lot of money out of the sessions. That's one. But trust me, this is a lot engaging topic, because though we keep saying that, yes, we are adaptable, we are ready for change, but we are not. If I ask you people, can you shift this, people come shift this side, you people come shift this side, you will be a little rigid. You'll be reluctant. Okay, you may not like that, because I'm so comfortable sitting at the place I'm sitting at, and that's human nature. So I would say that adaptability is going to be the key. I mean, I'll start with that. More skills that would be needed for this particular shift, like when we are trying to adopt to AI or technology, another skill I would say is basically going to be continuous learning. So those who say that once you're done with an MBA course or you're done with your degree, life is relaxed and it's very resting. No, that's not going to be the case. You have to ensure that you keep on building something new as a experience or something as a learning for yourself. Okay, don't say that, I know enough. Trust me, every single day you may get a chance to learn something that's new and that's required. Okay, though I would have learned Java, okay, but no, that may not be the only thing that I should be knowing these days. Okay, so when we had like ERPs in the past, so they were very basic in nature. Now you see the ERP level. So, and then I can't just sit back and say, no, I'll continue using typewriters. No, you have to move on, come on. So that's basically continuous learning. Another things I would say basically in this particular era is going to be good with numbers and data analysis. Trust me, all of us should do that. I mean, when someone, and don't just think it's going to be a finance role to do data analysis. No, even I'm from HR marketing. I should be very comfortable with numbers. Okay, so should be good with data analysis, how this is going to be helpful. Because what happens, AI can do the analysis for you. Now, final decision will lie with you people, right? You are the ones who are going to be taking the decision. Okay, so you should know the basics of how this analysis works. So basically, these are some of the things, and be comfortable with change. Don't let the change surpass you. You have to be sure that you are changing along with what's so. It's very important that we get shifted, or maybe we change ourselves with the requirement in the industry.
Absolutely. So adaptability, continuous learning, they are going to be the career defining traits. Your take quickly on this, Dr. Meenakshi.
All right, so I'm actually going to talk about far simpler skills than what Manoj just talked about. For me, what is going to differentiate how whether you succeed or fail is very, very simply your communication skills and your ability to engage with other people. Okay, most of you, you're used to your gaming consoles, you're used to sitting alone and chilling, interacting, consuming your content. Get out of your rooms. Speak to human beings, because that is, thank you. That is what is going to determine whether you succeed or fail. In meetings, and I conduct, unfortunately, because of my industry and role, I conduct a lot of meetings. There are always those 3 or 4 people who speak and the others who stay silent. And that's what you all do in your classrooms as well. Yeah. This is shyness, this is lack of confidence, this is lack of preparation, it could be anything. Get over it. Speak, make yourself heard, make yourself visible, make your presence felt. If you need to succeed, people need to see you. Till AI takes over as the decision maker for your career, make sure you do enough so that you are seen and felt and heard. That is one. Sorry, I will just make one more point. That is, when you are interacting with people, have at least 3 different topics you can talk about. Let one of them be sports. Sports, health, fitness is a conversation to be had today. You need to know something about at least one sport. Cricket, pickleball, tennis, football, anything. If nothing else, talk about protein. That is today's drug. Anyone and everyone can talk about protein and peptides and whatever. Talk about it. It'll keep you engaged and you'll have something to talk about. So have one topic which is around health, fitness, sports, protein, running, gymming, etc., etc. Have a second topic. Demonstrate that you know what's happening around your world. Read your newspapers. Listen to your podcasts. Don't just listen to YouTube or your whatever your Insta and WhatsApp tells you. You know, those algorithms are designed to feed more of the same. Get out of your algorithms. Break your algorithms. Ask conflicting questions so that your algorithms are not able to sort of typecast you. Okay? Read, know what is happening in the news in the world. If you don't want to read, listen to podcasts. But make sure you're following enough thinkers. Okay? Those of you who are not on Twitter, I find Twitter very, very interesting. It keeps throwing up very, very weird content sometimes, but still it keeps you engaged. And the third part is know your job. Okay? Don't, every time someone asks a question, don't run to your notes, don't run to your machines, don't run to your LLMs. Know the basics of your job. If you're in the business of sales, if you're selling a product, and I interview so many people, and they say, hey, I was working on XYZ. What is the market share? Oh, that I'm not sure. No, you cannot do that. Know your business, know your product, know your service, know your domain. Okay? So AI will make life easy. It will not take away the hard work. You need to succeed, put in the hard work. Thank you.
Dr. Meenakshi, I think there's a larger audience which also includes faculty members, and I'm sure they'll be thanking you from the bottom of their heart because you've done our job. So moving on.
I saw the claps when I said get out of your rooms.
Yes. You've touched upon a very sensitive area for the faculty members. I'm sure they would love what you just said because we keep on reiterating these facts when we are in our lectures. Daga sir, your final comment on this.
Sure. So I know that a lot have been talked about this generation being more anxious and all those things and more on social media and those. But I also like some facts about them is I think they are the one of the key generation who has a lot of logical thinkers and asking questions I think they are the, yeah. So I don't know whether they ask questions in the classroom or not, I don't know. But if they are one of them which is there, I really don't want to talk about your IQ or anything because it's all different. But I think a lot of these I spoke about, one of the things which I would like you to build that, whether you're in marketing, finance, or which is there is the observability skill. Learn to observe. This is the best time for anything. It's good or bad. Learn to observe what is there. If someone is doing something, someone is not doing something, something is happening, especially like brand integration, brand marketing, or contextual marketing. What is going on? Why it is going on? Learn to observe. Ask questions not about it. Ma'am rightly pointed out, if you want to know best about all of these things, you have a library, you have to go and read. I read Times of India, Economic Times, I don't know about other newspaper. Trust me, those are the best source of information and most authentic source of information. That's also there. Lastly, I know we are all, while you are all slim and trim, but you have got the another obesity which is with you all and along with me is the information obesity, right? We all have a lot of information obesity, WhatsApp unicity, Insta unicity and all these things going on. Don't come to a conclusion just basis listening or reading something. Don't create a conclusion. I know I was just talking to someone and it is a very renowned bakery in Mumbai and it's a veg and Iyengar bakery, I think. So someone was kind of debating saying, no, they use egg because they can't make such a soft cake. I said, don't come to a conclusion because that can hit your reputation, hit the brand reputation really bad. So that's all I would say. My one is observability. Keep on asking questions the way you ask, even to your teachers. Okay, that's fine. Third is make sure you are into reading. And last is last I would say is identify niche in the initial part of your career. Which one is the niche which you would like to explore? Don't worry about the money coming in at that point of time. But if you are identify niche, just go with that because today's world is they're gonna celebrate something who has got something niche activity or niche skill.
So to add to this, to what all everybody has contributed, in fact, our discussion this morning with Mr. Yogesh Rao, who was the speaker for the plenary session, in fact, I would like to add this point here, which he rightly pointed, that the current industry needs a leader who's basically very, very deep and diverse in expertise, okay, and also essentially which is broad in digital and strategic thinking. This is a point which he mentioned. So if you look at the leadership principles today, they're pointing towards the rise of a T-shaped leader who's basically very strong in the business fundamentals, but at the same time who's broad with data literacy, content, technology, and so on and so forth. So I think that is something which is an important takeaway for the crowd here today, which is quite many students have joined us for the conference today. So with that, I think we've come to the end of this panel discussion on AI and Industry 5.0, how it has redefined the future of business and management. So what we understand that today's discussion has pointed towards a very important aspect, that the industry and 5.0 is not just pointing towards building smarter machines alone. It is basically pointing towards a very important aspect, which is smarter and more human-centered organizations. And across the various sectors, whether it is advertising, financial services, manufacturing, or the tech side of the industry, I think the winning organizations will be those who can combine the technology with a creativity, responsibility, and strategic foresight. I think these will become big handy skills when it comes to the growth of an organization. And the convergence of AI and Industry 5.0 is not just about technological progress, but it is a sort of a managerial and leadership transformation as well, where there will be a lot of focus on leadership and governance foresight. And therefore, it basically challenges us as individuals and as organizations to rethink our skills, redesign our jobs, reskill the talent, and how essentially the value can be created by the customer, for the society at large. So I think the pointers that have been made by all the panelists, they have been really enriching, and I want the audience to give a huge round of applause for all the panelists. So at the end of this panel discussion, I think we're open for a couple of questions, keeping in mind the schedule of the conference. We can take one. So, ma'am, we'll yes, yes. So maybe over at the lunch, the questions can be raised to the individual panelists. So thank you so much, all of you, for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Hope this session is not too heavy.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panel, for your insightful reflections on various topics. We could listen to their perspective of our guests who are from various different domains on the topic of AI. It was truly a pleasure and a privilege listening all of you.
Technology allows us to bridge distances, and we are pleased to welcome our next speaker who will be joining us online today. Allow me to introduce to you Dr. Keshav Bhattarai. Dr. Keshav Bhattarai is a distinguished economist and a senior lecturer at the University of Hull in UK. His academic journey reflects a deep commitment to understanding how economics functions, evolves, and responds to global changes. We are honored to connect with Dr. Keshav, who is joining us live online. Sir, the floor and screen are now yours.
Can you come on your?
Yeah, I started sharing my screen. Is that all right? I share my screen. My camera. Okay, thank you. Can you see me? I have turned it now. I have turned my camera. Okay, I'm sharing my screen as well. So, thank you. No problem. Can you see my screen? Yeah, thank you very much. Should I start now or? Okay. First of all, I would like to thank very much Professor Persuna and the colleagues for inviting me to giving this opportunity to present my ideas on AI application in economic research. I have been working on this issue for some time, and we are also introducing some academic program. I heard a bit of about a discussion there. You have discussed so much about this one. I don't want to go to some the repeat again all things, but I would like to focus my presentation in three aspects. One is the the economics, how economists integrate the knowledge, technical knowledge, AI, in economic research analysis. So in that respect, first of all, I would like to talk about the brief summary of the Schumpeterian model, which is behind the development of AI. Then, secondly, I would look at the economies, how it affects the economy. AI affects the overall consumption, production, market, and then the way pricing system, overall price system in the economic cost and output and the living standards in the economy, the second thing. And then third thing I would like to talk about is the model, this AJ model that is bringing this technology possible. There is a little bit technical aspect, not much. So let me go ahead. So first starting with the Schumpeter model. So as we know, Schumpeterian model is about creative destruction. AI is engine of economic growth now. So there are new technologies coming and old things are obsolete. So for some time, the people who are in the old sector may lose, but the benefits will realize and then everyone will benefit because there is an endogenous process of economic growth. The growth is driven by research and development. AI is a general purpose technology. It helps consumer, producers, every agents in the economy, managers, workers, everyone. So that is the idea. So in a simple way, there are simple production function here. There are all intermediate other inputs and the AI technology. AI technology is A, and the alpha is the weight in all in the intermediate inputs. This is a share of intermediate input. AI, the automation shifts the technical knowledge. So technical knowledge is vital for output. So output keeps expanding. So in the economy. So this, in order to bring the AI, there should be investment in innovation. The rate of innovation, new ideas come, like we have driverless cars, automation, autopilot, everywhere, automation of the industry. That I heard about you talking about the industry 6.0, which might come in the future. So everything automated. If everything is automated, that the capital will produce everything, so that in that case, labor share of the total economy would be little. Then this becomes an issue of redistribution. So the AI comes from the data. AI-enabled data of the capital. So AI increases the probability of discovering next best technology. So one technology leads to the another one. There is a sequence of this coming in the process. There is a growth never stops. So, though there is a creative destruction, it creates winners and a loser. AI creates winners and losers. There is a short-term loss for people who face the obsolete, whose skills become obsolete, and which the sectors become redundant. And then, but these will reshape and reappear in a new format in high-tech status. So the AI is benefiting everyone. So therefore, AI reduces the fishing out problem in research. Higher innovation leads to the leads to a shorter monetary cycle. But for the if there is a competition for the AI, so there should be a competition for the AI that will reduce that monopoly power of the firm, and then it will reduce the rate of create destruction part. So now that is the theory, and I have a little bit better innovation, AAJ. This is Agio, Jones, and Jones have improved a little bit later on. I will explain in the next part. But now, what does it does to the economy? What does as an economist, how can we internalize the whole knowledge in economics in production, market, pricing, income distribution, and how does the AI change the fundamental relationship of the economy? So AI affects all sides of the economy. So it changes the cost of production, means with AI, the cost of production becomes lower, and therefore it improves the supply of commodities, because supply shifts to the right, and it also increases the demand, because income increases, and because productivity increases, therefore demand increases. So therefore it also in the meantime increases profits, because of the cost reduction in the cost. Given the prices, profit will rise. It can increase the markup, and there can be an issue of income distribution. People who own the technology can reduce. In a simple way, in economics, we use the production function to explain how output is produced by capital and the labor. There is a role for management here. So efficient management uses capital, labor efficiently and produces more, and it leads to the lower cost of production, that is the wage cost of workers, and then cost for the capital. So with AI, the labor cost will decrease. You can produce the same amount with less labor. So that is the technical advancement. So therefore, AI reduces the demand for labor, because few people become more efficient, can produce the same level of output. This reduces the marginal cost of production. Marginal cost of production with AI is lower. Marginal average cost of production is lower. When cost of production is lower, this will be prices will be lower, because cost of production are lower. Therefore, supply will increase in the market. So therefore, there is a shift in the supply curve to the right-hand side. So in equilibrium, both quantity, there will be more output and at lower prices. So this is the application of AI. So on the demand side, because the prices are lower, so people can buy more, so the living standard increases. So AI creates the new markets. So it personalized health, autonomous vehicles, and AI creates a new type of market, experience goods. So all sort of new markets emerge because of these things. There is a complementary effect, rising demand for cloud computing chips and increases. So demand overall, output increases, prices are lower, so living standards should increase by the efficient use of technology. So the prices are lower because the costs are rising. There is costs are falling. So given the old prices, because cost falls, therefore price with AI, price falls. I mean, price in general everywhere. You can agriculture, manufacturing, services, in all sort of industries. So and then because of that, the markup also for people doing the business, markup also may rise. Markup is the difference between the price, market price and the cost of production. So the markup may increase. So therefore profit also may increase. So industries will expand, not contract. So that is the, so therefore we see the very positive effect of AI in the economy. So AI substitutes the routine labor. So all kind of cleaning, all doing the course, all business are done by the AI. So the capital intensity and the high skill labor will increase in the economy. So labor share would be reduced by AI. Labor share, so this is the labor share in the total output will decrease, capital share will increase. Therefore, this is the issue of the AI will favor capitalists than workers. So in summary, so this is a summary table here, AI effect, production cost decreases. So average cost, marginal cost falls, supply increase. So demand increases because of the lower price and the new goods. Market prices fall. So there is a markups rise. If there is a concentration with competition policies, this can be controlled. Profits increase. So labor share decreases, capital share increases. So these are the impacts of AI. So there are a number of works on this one. This is the economics AI adoption. The Asimoglu and colleagues have done a lot of work on this issue. So the better model for this one is slightly, a little bit technical here. This is Agio, Jones, and Jones, AJJ model, artificial intelligence and economic growth. So here, the idea core questions are the same. Can AI lead to explosive growth or a singularity? A singularity situation is where there is a full automation. Everything is done by machines, robot. This is the one scenario that human do not have to do anything. Everything will be done by the machine. So that is the idea here, whether there is a complete automation or a partial automation. So AI replaces labor in making goods. Because even computers, we are teaching in the university, there will be AI to teach. AI would do the tutoring, and AI will do the cook and clean. AI will take care of all. Right. So that is the scenario of the complete automation. There is, however, there is what is called Baumol's cost disease. Growth is limited. There are bottlenecks for this smooth adoption of AI. So AI cannot go very smoothly. This is a kind of economics way of putting this here. There is this AI is part of the. There are I are the individual in the ideas generate AI. So this AI generates the knowledge of the economy. So task, there is a different task. The whole economy is divided into tasks, small. So it is the integration of the whole summation of all micro tasks makes all macro picture, macroeconomic. All. So this is this AI does the task. Each task the AI is involved and it does efficiently. That is the idea here in this model. There is a parameter here, the adoption parameter beta. In the next one, see, the beta is, if beta is 1, this is complete automation. If beta is between 1 and 0, this is a partial automation. So because of that, the results may be different. And there is a elasticity parameters rho here. If tasks are substitute, rho is greater than the capital share goes to 1. I don't want to go more on the technical aspects of this, but that is there is a mathematics to explain all this. Thus, the key result is the singularity condition. Singularity condition is when everything is automated. Beta is equal to 1. So therefore, growth in that case, growth is infinite. Growth and all humans are replaced by machine. There is a infinite growth. So that is the extreme possibility. So summary of this that. This standard automation leads to the higher growth, stable labor share. There are some issues of adoption of AI. There can be bottlenecks, so then growth is limited. And so idea of automation, growth increases but remains exponential. So there is a singularity. This is a mathematical possibility that everything replaced by AI automated. So this is a one extreme scenario. So whether this industry 6.0, which maybe it will beta will be close to 0.75, 0.8, it may not be all that is replaced. So therefore, the impact of AI depends on the rate of automation of entire economic process and the research and the development process. So what happens then in economic research? Now this is the last section here. So AI, this means increasing the machine learning, large language model. This rapidly transfer empirical and theoretical research in economics. Now, I mean, everyone have to turn to the AI, LLM, or the machine learning or the AI for ideas. So to advance research, what is happening, AI can found in both macro level. It is used for forecasting. So forecasting GDP, inflation, unemployment, because from AI, it's a massive information gathering process. So this leads to the deep neural network shrinkage estimators. So it helps us to forecast the macroeconomic variable, what is happening to GDP, inflation, unemployment, or other macroeconomic variable, and what is happening to across the sectors in agriculture, construction, manufacturing, services, engineering, all these different sectors at a different level in north, south, in all different provinces, states. So yeah, this information, it can help to further forecast the macroeconomic variable. So this helps to high dimensional prediction, real-time forecasting of GDP growth, inflation. So this is very up to date. So therefore, policymakers, both the fiscal policymaker who design the taxes, subsidies, and all of the redistribution policies have to listen to the AI predictions, and also the central banks who operate the monetary policy integrate AI into forecasting, GDP nowcasting, high-frequency sentiments. AI helps to interpret real-time price changes and macro shocks. So that is, and then policymakers test there are also the alternative models. They can test for the different types of model before determining the accuracy. At least at the center, the humans should be controlling that whether AI predictions are accurate or not. So therefore, there is a role for the knowledge. So knowledge economy, high skill economy. So for methodological comparison, ethical, there are also ethical consideration of the AI. So AI does not have any heart. So just it is a machine. It is a tool. So we are using a tool. So sometimes if it is wrongly designed, it may also include to the disasters and wrong results. So that is one danger. So therefore, natural language processing have become more central nowadays for the all design of the speech by the governor or in a macroeconomic forecast. AI uses massively the satellite technology. It integrates just everything, and so everything, night lights, parking lots, occupancy, port vehicle, scheduling, gambling. AI goes in many trades in forecasting and real analysis of real-time data. So AI models integrate macro indicators with social media sentiment, financial transaction data, enhance forecasting of inflation, employment, economic variables. Help in the labor market. Similarly, it predicts the unemployment, labor market participation, occupation. I mean, for each level of trade, so there are thousands and millions of the division of labor. This is more greater division. So AI has that information, it can process that information. So therefore, it can also produce the employment at risk measures. Worker mobility, it can help people to find the right information and the data sets, and it can help facilitate the mobility of workers and give them information about the wages, productivity, and the frictions, discrimination and inequality. So, AI overall is very beneficial for the whole economy. So it reduces cost, it increases output, it enhances living standard. So there are it has become an integrated part for doing the economic research. It does all these new techniques, machine learning technique, lasso techniques for the economic research in both micro field and a macro field. So AI is massive. It uses text as data and creates a linear and a non-linear models for the jobs and for output productivity. And it also finds the preferences of consumer, producers, and so on in detail, so what people like. So accordingly, they advertise and can make suitable for the people. It is kind of mechanism design problems. AI solves the mechanism design problem in greater detail. So that is a student. It also helps for the educational planning in healthcare, designing the healthcare for everyone, and for the welfare analysis. So in micro, it increases the human skills, affect automation patterns, labor substitutions. Now, conclusion, AI is now central to forecasting in labor economics, for microeconomics or macroeconomics. It expands data possibilities, improve prediction, enhances causal inference, reshapes the economic modeling. So AI has become a very integral part of current economy. So I think it is a helpful tool. I think I would like to stop there. I mean, I have done a little more extension on this one for its macro environment and social analysis, but I think I would like to stop here. AI has become very integral part. Its adoption is going to increase now in 30-40 years. Our technology would be very much different than what we have today. So can I stop here? Thank you very much for the opportunity for presentation. More detail, we can do the detailed model of the AI in next stage. That is our plan. Any questions? Am I, was it effective? Was I able to communicate my ideas when I? Yeah.
I want to having an online presentation is always a challenge with the audience, but as I was listening to your presentation, I could sense there was a humongous amount of insight that you shared on how AI is going to impact from the lens of economics and how it's going to impact society. And overall, the question that keeps getting asked across forums, whether AI is going to lead us to doom, at least I could not see that through the analysis that you had presented. So on a Saturday morning, as we celebrate Valentine's Day also over here, we are thankful to you for giving us some hope on the possibilities of humanity also benefiting overall through AI. So thank you very much, Professor Bhattarai. And sorry for having you wait. I believe you always have a run in the park. For the last 250 weeks, you've been doing that. And thank you for disrupting that schedule of yours and spending time with us right from UK, University of Hull. We really appreciate the contribution that you've made today. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. It is wonderful to interact with you, and hopefully in developing the AI education, so we are developing the postgraduate degrees now, AI in economics. It has become more relevant now, and maybe we will be able to interact more later on. wonderful, have a wonderful opportunity. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to learn and present my ideas. Bye now.
Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful session. It is now time to honor those who didn't just meet the standard, they set it. We now move on to our award ceremony recognizing the top 4 researchers amongst our faculty and students. Before we begin award presentations, we would like to acknowledge and thank our sponsors, Board Infinity, My Postgrad, and Human Capitalists, whose generous support has made these recognitions possible. To present these honors, I once again would like to invite Dr. Deepa Dikshit ma'am, Suchi ma'am, Vani ma'am, Emma ma'am onto the stage.
You know, while we're doing this, I want to share with you that all these awards have been sponsored by the persons that they named, which is Human Capitalist, Board Infinity. Please go ahead. And my postgrad. Specifically, I would like to talk about human capitalists. Yeah, you can go to the center of the stage. Human capitalists, because they are using AI to help our students. And this is not only for creating CVs or something which has now become very passé, but also to look at how they perform in interviews which are AI-led or even human-led. So this is a platform that since students and faculty from other institutions have come, we would love it if you can experiment with this platform. One of the co-founders is also an ex-alumni from the SIES School of Technology. So that is the reason I am taking this opportunity to mention it to all of you. Yeah.
The names of the colleges which have participated, and then you can announce the results. Okay. Yeah, we slide it.
Okay, so go ahead. So before we announce the winners, which you all will do, we would also like to acknowledge all the different colleges which have participated from various parts of Mumbai, and outside Maharashtra as well. So they've put together a slide, I believe. Yeah, can you show that? Yeah. So Amity University, Azad Institute of Management, Bharati Vidyapeeth, Wellinkar Institute of Management, Pillai College, Kamraj College of Engineering, Christ University, D.Y. Patil, Navi Mumbai, our neighbors. Then we have Patuk Gala College of Commerce. Professor Krupa from there was in touch with me, I think, yesterday. Dr. Shantilal Somaya School of Commerce, Somaya Vidya Vihar, HR College of Commerce, Hindi Vidya Prachar Samitis, Ram Narayan Ruya Junjunwala College, okay. Oriental College, Hinduja, Ram Narayan Junjunwala College, James Cook University, Somaya Institute of Management, Navrachna University, Gujarat, Nirmala College of Women, Coimbatore, Lala Lajpat Rai College of Management, Mukesh Patel College of Technology and Management and Engineering, NMIMS. A lot of them, okay. It would be wrong if I don't read out now. Yeah, so you can, RD College, Sridora Kakula College of Commerce. I am sorry if I mispronounced your name. Parle Tilak Vidyalaya Institute of Management, School of Computer Science, Department of BSc. This one is Xavier's, okay. Vivekanand, Vijay Patil College, Somaya Vidya Vihar, Narsi Monji, Tilak College, Vivekanand again, and KJ Joshi College of Arts, Bedekar Institute, Xavier's, Bangalore. Again, yeah. And of course, we had participation from our SIES institution. So thank you, all of you. We had around 200 plus papers and extended abstracts and abstracts that we received. Out of that, we shortlisted or gave an acceptance that we can work on this for publishing, and there will of course be some more work with about 120 plus abstracts and papers that we have received both in the field of pharmacy, pharma management, biotech, and business management. So thank you all for your contributions. And also thank you to the people who are attending this online from outside of Maharashtra who couldn't make it. We will be working closely with all of you to try and see how we can get this published in Scopus listed journals as well as relevant journals which will add to your institution as well as personal resume. Certainly there will be work that will need to be done to make sure that the publication happens. So we would love to continue coordination with all of you, right? And before we announce the prize, I think the compares here have done a fantastic job throughout. So we will begin by acknowledging their work today. Yeah, now over to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
We now present the Best Paper Presentation Award for Management Faculty. The recognition of this honors exceptional academic rigor, strategic insight, and meaningful contribution to the field of management research. I now invite Dr. Gunjan ma'am to please come up on stage to felicitate. The recipient of this award has demonstrated outstanding scholarship, analytical depth, and a strong commitment to advancing knowledge that shapes industry. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Prajakta Monkar from Dr. D.Y. Patil University.
Yeah, she has co-authored this paper with Dr. C.G. Nambiar. So I would request both of them to come on the stage.
I would like to invite Professor Atul Sathe from HR College to come on stage. The first prize winner gets an amount of 20,000 rupees. The second prize goes to Professor Atul Sathe from HR College.
And for the third position, we request Professor Sonali Chavan from KPB Hinduja College.
We now move to the Best Paper Presentation Award for Pharma Biotech Faculty. This award celebrates excellence in scientific inquiry, innovation, impactful research in the pharmaceutical and biotechnological domains. The first prize winner gets 10,000 rupees each, as we have a tie for this position.
We request Ms. Sirkot Lama from Amity University to please come up on stage. We also request Dr. Pragnya Palnikar from Oriental College of Pharmacy to join us. Next, we recognize emerging talent with the Best Paper Presentation Award for Management Student. This award honors a student researcher who has showcased exceptional clarity of thought, structured methodology, and insightful analysis. I invite Dr. Swati Kulkarni ma'am and Priyanka ma'am to please present the award.
The first position goes to Miss Harini Elingo from Navrachna University, Gujarat. The first prize winner gets a cash prize of 10,000 rupees. The second position is a group of students. Mr. Kunal Singh, Mr. Tanay Rao, Mr. Sandeep Singh, Mr. Subin Chako, Mr. Madhuswamy and Mr. Madesh onto stage. They are from SIES School of Business Studies.
We would like to have Hirendra Soni sir to join us on stage. Thank you, Swati ma'am. Thank you.
Finally, we present the Best Paper Presentation Award for Pharma Biotech Student. This recognition celebrates academic excellence and scientific curiosity among our future researchers.
The first place goes to Miss Shushmita and Miss Shrutika, Miss Shlesha, Mr. Suraj from SIS School of Business Studies.
This the first prize winner of this also gets a cash prize of 10,000 rupees. The second position goes to Miss Mansi, Miss Sanika from Tilak College of Science and Commerce.
And for the third prize, we have Miss Asavari Mane from Oriental College of Pharmacy.
Thank you very much, Shirendra sir. Thank you very much, Deepa ma'am.
As Aristotle once said, excellence is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, sincere effort, and intelligent execution. Today, we see execution at its finest form. A massive congratulations to our winners and every scholar who dared to ask the hard questions.
In 2026, efficiency was our goal. We explored the power of AI in transforming industry. And now, we look ahead to its potential in shaping sustainable future. With that vision, we would like to unveil the next theme for the next year, Management 2030, reimagining strategy, innovation, and digital ecosystems. The legacy of SIES and research will even continue next year. I would like to invite Dr. Vani Kamath ma'am, HOD Finance, to kindly come on stage for the word of thanks.
A very good afternoon to one and all. So we are on the last stage of the conference, right? So we are ending this conference today, and it has been about 2 months that we are, the team is actually working behind this. We are speaking to all the researchers, so everyone should be knowing us by name by now, right? We are talking to each other, and finally we are going to have a full stop today for 2026 conference. Okay, so we would like to have you all present here in 2027 also, and we will look forward for your presence there also. So, but before that, for all the contributions which are done by each and every individual for the success of this conference, I should be giving gratitude from my side as the organizer of the event. So first I would like to thank SIES Trust for giving us the opportunity to have this wonderful conference. They have supported us in each and every aspect of conference. So for that, I would like to express my deep gratitude to SIS group of management. Then, of course, the mastermind behind all this, our director, Dr. Deepa Dikshit ma'am. We had a lot of arguments, we had lot of discussions, but still she was always the backbone for this conference, and she always wanted it to be a great success, and her vision was always to be on a higher level, on excel in that particular field. So that is something which we all followed her footsteps, and definitely I hope she is happy today that we have made it successful. Okay, next is our Dean, Our dean, who was always working behind the scenes, actually is not there currently. So Dr. Nitin Wazirani sir, I express my deepest gratitude to him also, because he has also supported in all our events. Next is the faculty and the research scholars from various colleges. So majority of you have expressed your desire to come here personally, irrespective of the place where you are residing in. So there are people from Hyderabad, there are people from Gujarat who have already come here, and they are there today in front of us, sitting here in the crowd. So I'm extremely grateful for all of you to be present here for the conference presentation, and thank you so much to all the research scholars and also the faculty who have come in here as the attendees. Next is student participants. There are a lot of students who were much eager than the faculty who wanted to present the paper, including SIES and also outside SIES. We had around, I can say 50 student tracks, right? So, and they were all eager to present. So thank you for your presence and making it a successful event. This would not have happened if our organizers have not worked day and night. So I would like to thank all the organizers for making it happen. Especially, I would like to take the names of each and every individual who has contributed to the event. First is Asha Prasanna ma'am. Okay, so Asha Prasanna ma'am, he's always sitting in the back, but she is the big contributor to this event. And for all your publications which are going to happen in the future, she is the mastermind for that. She has worked a lot for having association with various publishers, and you are going to have your papers published in Scopus Research, Scopus Index Journal. So thank you so much for all your support, ma'am. Then we have Shuchi ma'am, who has always worked rigorously and tirelessly for getting the pharma track speakers here, and also to get the papers for pharma and biotechnology track. Along with her, we also have Swati ma'am, Swati Chakkar ma'am. Thank you so much, Swati ma'am, for all your contribution. We have Priyanka. Where is Priyanka? Yeah, Priyanka, who has seen all the registration part, and it was only because of her that we were able to get so many registrations. It's her calling which has gone to all of you. So thank you, Priyanka, for that. Then we have Emma. She's the one who must have spoken to you all for your abstracts. You must have got lot of calls from her side for abstracts, right? She must have bothered you a lot for your abstracts, because abstract book was something which we all wanted to inaugurate today. So that was the main reason why we had Emma doing that. So thank you so much, Emma, for that. For organizing all the events, we were all dependent on one person, and that was Gunjan ma'am. She is the one who told us what has to be done and what should not be done, because she was the one who is there since the last year. She has been doing this work tirelessly, and thank you so much, Gunjan ma'am, for that. So this is our team, and there was one new addition which we had to our team, and that is Geeta Lakshmi. Geeta Lakshmi was also always working tirelessly for this, and she was the one who managed operations and IT track flawlessly. So I would like to thank you also, Geeta Lakshmi. And yeah. So if the team works well, then the actual pride goes to the leader. So I can consider that I'm the leader, and also with the support of Director ma'am, we were able to do it 100%, or I can say that it was a grand success basically because of the teamwork. Yeah.
So I want you to go and join the team there, and a big round of applause. And she summed it up really beautifully, that without a team, nothing is really possible. Yeah?
No, there are certain people also. Okay. So this event would not have happened if I don't thank the sponsors. So we have Board Infinity, my postgrad, and Human Capitalists. So these are the three sponsors whom I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart, because without finance we could not have had such a big conference. Okay, next is all the non-teaching staff. I would like to thank all the non-teaching staff. You might not be seeing them on the stage, but they were always with us in all the work. Whenever we required their help, they were there to help us, especially Charan sir, yeah, Charan sir, Sheetal ma'am, and all other non-teaching staff who have helped us in this regard. Thank you so much, Charan sir and others. Yeah. Okay. So we are known as SIES, SBS basically because of our students. If there are no students and if they have not contributed, then it would not have been possible for us to conduct such a big event at the international level. So thank you so much to all the student organizers of different committees. And it is because of you that this event has happened. Thank you so much, everyone.
So we will take this picture. We will also then request the winning teams to come here and we'll take a formal picture. Post that, of course, you're all welcome to have the lovely lunch that we have planned for you, and we can network and see how we can collaborate in the future also. Thank you very much and have a good day.
We request all the SIS SBS students to kindly be seated in the auditorium. Bands will be given to you which will help you collect your lunch. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm your host Kailash Dinesh, and with me is my co-host Gail D'Souza, signing off.
Yeah, all the awardees, please wait back.
We request all the awardees to please stay back. We want to click a photo with all of you. Requesting all the awardees to kindly come on the stage. Requesting all the awardees to kindly come on stage.
काय करे मला वाईट आहे बॅनर येतो मला 2 प्रोजेक्टर पण येते इथून आला मी हो साईडला हो अरविंद
हाँ आओ थोड़ा बस लाइव चालू केलं का हाँ
हाँ
चालू आहे लाइव
हाँ चालू आहे
वेट ready yes wait hello smile थोड़ा smile yes ma'am yeah okay yes ready smile okay इसलिए ना मैनेजर दिसत नाही बाहेर टाकलं ना आता लगेच दिसलं पाहिजे हे दिसलं झालं स्माईल बील सगळं येते कोण करणार हे हा करायची गरज नाही काय करणार हे ओरिजिनल केलं ना लाईव्ह काय पुढे येऊ का मी इंटरनॅशनल मॅनेजमेंट सेंटर आहे का थोड़ा साइड ओके और कोई आ रहे हैं लगते स्टूडेंट्स आ रहे हैं जस्ट आप बैठ जाओ मैडम हाँ सिट सुरेश घेतो मी चल बाकी जल्दी आओ जल्दी जल्दी स्टुडंट व्हॉलंटियर्स थोड़ा बैठ जाओ हाँ पीछे जा सकते हैं हाँ यस ओके अब निकालो हो गया प्लीज हाँ हो गया आगे का गल थोड़ा सा नीचे थोड़ा झुक जाओ थोड़ा हाँ बस नॉर्मल हाँ करेक्ट बस और मोबाइल आपका होने के बाद निकल हम आज साइड में एक सेकेंड एक मिनट हो गया आपका हाँ ओके यस प्लीज रेडी स्माइल वेट या स्माइल ओके थैंक यू Arvind